let's jump right in. So what we're going to do is, let me get rid of this PowerPoint. We are not going to use PowerPoint at all for the rest of the day. We're going to use the environment live, and we're going to start building together. So the first thing I want to do is I want to cover how we're going to operate. So normally when people are in Teams, they're in the desktop version of Teams. And you can do that, that's fine. But we're going to operate in the web browser today. Now, for the tenant that I'm on, I always have a shortcut that's up here. I'm going to click my Office shortcut. And if you notice, we're at the ohome.apps.mil. So depending on your tenant, that address to the web browser may change. And you may ask yourself, Brad, that's great. How do I get to that if I'm not on the AppNet tenant? And the best thing I can say is let me just do this real quick. Let me pull up Teams in a tab. And I am a tab person. I operate with many tabs, and sometimes I will group those tabs. But when you're in Teams, whether it's the desktop version or you're on the browser, you should have an icon up here on the top left. For mine, it is the DAF 365 hub. And that DAF 365 hub will take you to literally the hub for your tenant. And usually there's a way to get to the web browser if you're on the desktop version from here. Is this recording possible like those Power BI Copilot ones? We're loading the doc by myself today. Well, the recording will be a recording you can play back at your speed. So when you go to the DAF 365 hub, I believe you have to scroll down like on ours. It's right here in the middle. It says My DAF 365. If you click that in the desktop application of Teams, it's going to go ahead and bring you to the web, and it's going to bring you to this page right here. What you'll want to do is on the left-hand side, click on Apps. And then when you click on Apps, it's going to show you these apps right here. If for some reason you can't find everything, you can click on this All Apps on the right-hand side. And that will show you all the apps that are available in the Microsoft 365 tenant. So just a quick reaction, if I can get one, give me a thumbs down if you did not know that all of these applications were available to you for Microsoft 365. And give me a thumbs up if you did know that they were available to you. All right, getting some thumbs up, no thumbs down. Well, that makes me feel really good that there's no thumbs down. That means the information is getting out of there and we're learning that this stuff is available and we can start using it. All right, so like I said, I'm going to start from scratch so that we're all on the same sheet of music. The very first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to open up Microsoft Teams. So I'm a right clicker, open a new tab, and I'm going to go to Teams on the left-hand side. Oh, somebody needs to get in. Let's do that. Let's accept that person right there. And like I said, we're in the Digital Brad Microsoft 365 training team, and we're going to be using this 27 March Create Your Own Routing channel to communicate today. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to make this post right here. So feel free anytime throughout the webinar, you can come in here. This is a Microsoft Loop. This is going to help me understand things that maybe I need to cover better, or things that you want brought up next time. You can come in here and you can click the new button. You can add a topic. You can add pros and cons, and then people can upvote those things if somebody else has already mentioned something. So feel free to use that anytime throughout the webinar. The next thing I want to point out is this notes section right here. So if you click on notes, click on the little book icon over here. This is the notebook that I have for my team. And I'm clicking on, or I'm actually on the 27 March one, and I'm on this agenda. So this is just a preview as the agenda. People are saying, can I please be added to the team? So you can add yourself to the team using the team. Let me ask you this, are you on AppNet? Do me a favor, thank you, James. He just posted the team code to join the team. However, if you're not on AppNet and you're part of a different tenant, go ahead and put your full email address in the chat. And then if I can have some of the people who are on AppNet, add them to the team. And then as the requests come in, I'll try to keep refreshing my page as much as I can on one of my browsers. And I will approve and accept all of the pending requests. the best that I can. Yep. And I see they're coming in right now. So I'm trying my best here to accept them as they're coming in. So what I want to point out is this is the agenda for today. It's a goal, it's flexible. It's probably not going to be 100% accurate. But the other thing that I want to show is that we're going to be using these other pages here in this OneNote that you should be able to follow along roughly. I built it so it's just like a rough draft of how you can follow along, but there's a lot of step-by-step instructions. And what I did is when it comes to a point to where it looks like it might get difficult, or maybe your screen is going to look slightly different than mine, I try to create or add screenshots in there so that if you get stuck, maybe you can just look at that screenshot while you're following along and you'll be able to see what I'm talking about. So I am seeing all these requests come in. Thank you, team members, for adding them. So all I got to do is accept. That helps the webinar go really a lot better. And I'll keep trying to refresh my page here as I see them come in. Thank you, Mr. Mose. Matthew, I see you're adding a lot of people. Great. Appreciate you. I really do. All right. So the first thing we're going to do is I'm going to click on this tab right here that talks about Microsoft Forms. So there's a whole class and there's videos that I created on forms. It's within the team. So when you're a part of the team, you can go in and look at the Start Here channel that's there, and you'll see that there's lots of things on Microsoft Forms. I am not going to dig in on the specifics of forms today because the form is the smallest part of this presentation. It's really the Microsoft list and especially the Power Automate that gets people hung up and we spend the most time on, because usually Power Automate is one of the newer applications that people are not familiar with, and it does take some time, and there is a learning curve to learn Power Automate. But Power Automate is crucial for a couple of reasons. One is it's going to allow us to use our routing lists, but it's also one of those things that once you start to get exposed to Power Automate, you'll get more comfortable with it and you'll find more ways to automate your work center flows so that you don't have to do things manual. And that's probably the biggest thing. You know what? I should probably make Mr. Moore here like an owner. Hold on. Oh my. OHS. Let me see. All right. Master Mose, I think that's how you say your name. I just made you an owner. So if you want to help with the pending request too, I would greatly appreciate that. Thanks for the thumbs up. All right. So Microsoft Forms, how do you get to Microsoft Forms? Well, once you're on your All Apps page, you see all of the icons here. So like I said, I'm a right clicker. So I'm going to right click and I'm going to open up Microsoft Forms. And I'm presenting. I'm VPN'd in. So this might be a little slow, but that's okay. When Microsoft Forms loads, it's going to load into your default profile. So everything that you do in 365 reads your information from your CAC. It authenticates with your CAC, and it's also reading what kind of license you have. Now, most of us, especially in the Air Force side, most of us have at least a G5 license. The G5 license in Microsoft is equivalent to the E5, the commercial side. It's one of the highest licenses that you can have, and it comes with lots of functionality. But just because it's the highest license doesn't mean that it's fully equivalent to the commercial side. So a lot of times we don't have the apps or we don't have all of the features that the commercial side has. We get the watered down version. And just some GWIS information, if I remember correctly, we're paying between $480 to almost $600 a person per month for our G5 licenses. So they're pretty expensive, but they are worth it. And there's a lot of things that you can do with them. So in this environment, what I want you to pay attention to is up here on the left-hand side, it says new form. If it says new form, that means that you are creating Microsoft Forms under your license. So it's kind of like how OneDrive is your personal storage and SharePoint is the business storage, which is where everything on Teams is stored. Teams does not store files. It has a file section, but it does not store files. It actually stores the files on SharePoint, and you're accessing those files through Teams. So it's kind of the same concept where when you see the new form, this is really creating forms for you and nobody else unless you specifically share them out. And that's important because I do not want us to build forms in our own environment. I want us to build forms under whatever team that you want to build your form under. And that's crucial because when you build your form, under your team, more people have access to it. More people can help you with it. You can collaborate with it, and there's lots of things that you can do. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to scroll down and you'll see my recents page here. This is going to show what the last 8-ish or more forms that you've built. So if you just built the form, you can go there. You also have favorites, forms that have been shared with you, pre-filled forms, etc. But what I want to do is I want to scroll down to the bottom and I want to show you this my group section. Microsoft kind of annoys me sometimes because they don't use the same nomenclature throughout all of their products. So groups is synonymous with a team. So if I say team or I say group, they actually mean the same thing. So when you see my group section down here, this is going to show the teams that you were a part of. And you may not have as many as I do, but these are the teams that you have the ability to go ahead and start creating your forms in. And that's what we're going to do today. So if you're following along with me right now, what I want you to do is get into Microsoft Forms, scroll to the bottom, go to that group section, and find the team that you want to start building products today, because that's the intent. Remember, is to build products that when this is over, you can start using them at the end of the day. So what I'm going to do, and you can do this too if you want to, if you don't want to use your own team and you want to practice, you can either build your own team or you can use the Digital Brad Microsoft 365 training team if you want to. So I'm going to click into my team. And normally I would just build a Microsoft form with you, but today I'm not going to. I'm going to share it so you don't have to build it. So let me open up this form. So I'm calling this the template. And if you've watched anything else that I've done in the past, you'll know that I am huge on using emojis. I was one of those guys that hated emojis. Now I love emojis, especially when it comes to the 365 cloud. Excuse me, because you will see throughout the day that if you use emojis, it is going to help you find your products faster than it just being text. Now, one of the things that I should do before we even start, let me just pause right here for a second. I'm sorry. Let me go back to this team. If you are a part of this team, which I see a lot of people have been added to, so depending on whether you're a guest and all that kind of stuff, you may have limitations. What I want you to do is I want you to go to the file section. When you get into the file section, if you don't see it on your screen, I want you to click the ellipsis or the 3 dots, and I want you to select, excuse me, this add shortcut to OneDrive. The adding shortcut to OneDrive is going to be crucial to help you manipulate this environment faster than working in either the browser or the desktop version of Microsoft Teams. So click the add shortcut to OneDrive. We're going to use it later, so I'm hoping if you click it now that by the time we need it, it'll show up in your file explorer. Sometimes it takes a long time for stuff to show up. Sometimes it takes a day. Depending on your environment, it could be there within 5 minutes, and I'll get to that a little bit later. So yes, if you just under the file section, under this channel, click the ellipsis if it doesn't show up, and use this add shortcut to OneDrive. We're going to use that later. All right, let me go back to the form. So what I've done for you is I've created this template form, and this is roughly what I share and roughly what people will start out with when they want to build their own routing system. When you start building your form in Microsoft Forms, it's very crucial to understand that Forms has what's called a downward flow. So we're going to get into, and I'll show you what branching is. If you're not familiar with it, I'll just talk about it shortly. But essentially, branching allows you that if you answer the question, it'll allow you to skip somewhere else in the form. But you have to build your form that it keeps going down your form, because if you don't, it'll jump back somewhere else and repeat the process and the form will not work the way you want it to. So I've set up this form with some branching. I'm going to show you here in a minute so that it has a downward flow. So I like to use different sections of forms, help break things out, and it also helps with your branching. So I have a priority. Everybody wants to know what's the priority of whatever it is that you're routing. So that's my priority. And I like to use, if you come in here and you click the three dots, you can turn on subtitle, and you can use this section right here that says urgent. That's in the subtitle version. When you build your form, try to keep the actual question as short as possible. You'll see why when we get into Microsoft Lists, and use your subtitle to explain what it is you're asking for. So we have a priority, a rank, last name, first name, the DoD email, which is critical to this whole process. And then I go into section 2. Now remember, you don't have to build this form. I'm going to share this form with all of you, show you how to import it, so you don't have to build this today. Section 2 has background, which is the subject. Under my subject, I have a lot of pre-built subjects that people can choose. And then the background info that is generic. And then I also have an attachments. And what's crucial about the attachments is depending on your settings, you may or may not be able to use attachments. And I'll talk more about that later. All right. And then the next section is the routing chain. So I work at the squadron level, but I tried to build this form for those who are all over the place. So I made a selection. I can choose, are we routing internally within the squadron? Are we routing in a group? Are we routing to the wing? And I stopped, right? Obviously, you can make this look however you want. And then based off of what you select here, there are different things within those sections. So for the squadron routing section, I have all of these that you can initiate the routing process with when you submit this form. Same thing for the group, and then same thing for the wing, and that's the end of it. So I just wanted to have a template that we can start off with, something that's very simple, but hopefully would apply to most people that are watching this webinar. So let's get into branching. But first, let's preview this form. Now, by default, I have made nothing mandatory to actually that you have to fill out to be able to preview the form. And that's absolutely crucial. When you are building a Microsoft form, I've seen a lot of times, a lot of people will make their questions. And as they make their questions, they're making that it's mandatory that you fill it out. I highly recommend not doing that until the very end when everything is good to go. And that's so you can preview your form and go, I really only want to answer this question, all right? I'm just going to type some stuff so that I can hit next. That's working. Then you see I made this a drop down, so you can select things in a drop down. You can enter information here. All right, I can upload files. I'm not going to do that right now. I'm going to click next. Now this is where branching comes in. This is then that is what branching is. So if I select the wing, you'll see down, if you look down here in the bottom, the next button changed. Let me clear this selection. Right now it says submit, right? So if I click wing, it says next. So if I click on next, it takes me to that wing routing. Where do I want to start routing this? And I can hit submit. Let me go back and I'll select group, same concept. I've got the group options here, click back. And if I select squadron, you saw that that was a longer list. So I'll click on next, and now you see I've got all of these options here. Then I would select one and hit submit. That's what branching does. Branching allows you to do the if this and that in your Microsoft form that can lead you to different sections of your form. So there also is a mobile version. If you want to see how this is going to look on a cell phone, you'll see it right there. Let's go back to get to branching. So I use branching in this question right here, number 9. I just click into number 9, click on the ellipsis, and say add branching. And when I add branching, you see I'm still in number 9, and it says, okay, if the user selects this squadron one, I want you to take me straight to section 4, the squadron routing section. Same thing for group and then wing. And if you scroll down, you'll see that you've got the squadron section, the group section, and the wing section that you're telling it to go to based off of what somebody answers. And then I always, for the question itself, say that's the end of the form if nobody answers the question. It says, please add me to your team. Can you drop your email in there? And then we'll try to add you to the team, Mr. Pitts. So that's branching. I'm not going to go into it deeper. I have other videos. Thank you, Mr. Mose. People, other videos that show how to work this. So that's all I'm going to cover as far as creating your form goes. I am going to talk about settings though, because the settings are important. If you go into settings, you get the pop-up box here on the right-hand side. You can also get to some of the settings if you go to collect responses, but I'm going to cover the settings section first. So under settings, you have three options. You have the anyone can respond, only people in the Air Force can respond, and then you have specific people can respond. That's really important because you'll notice that the anyone can respond option is grayed out. The reason it's grayed out is because I have a question in my form that has where you can upload a file. This is not a DoW limitation. This is a Microsoft limitation. This is set up intentionally so that people don't try to attach and upload malicious files and obviously cause havoc on your network. So Microsoft has said, look, in the 365 environment, if you have an attachment option question in your form, you cannot use the anyone can respond. Now, why is that a big deal? Well, the reason it's a big deal is if you have an attachment option and you cannot select anyone can respond, in our environment, you must be CAC'd into the network in order to fill out this form. If I remove this question, then I will get the anyone can respond option, and then you would be able to access this form from any personal mobile device outside of the DoW network. At the moment, Microsoft Forms with the option anyone can respond is the only Microsoft application that you can access from a personal mobile device that isn't using something like Hypori, your Cactin, using Avid, Sonic Boom, something like that. So I don't have that option today because I do have an attachment option. So let me go into the other two. So the only people in the United States Air Force can respond. That's kind of a misnomer because it's really saying only people in your tenant can respond. So if you're part of the AFNet tenant, or if you're a guest in the AFNet tenant, then you'll be able to respond to this by clicking on that. I'm sorry, by choosing this option. By default, it usually has record name checked. You can record the name, and you can also limit that the person can only respond to your form one time. And it does that by reading your CAC certificate, your license, and seeing whether you have or have not filled out this form before in the past. Specific people in the United States Air Force is exactly what it says. If I only want to send this form to like 10 people, I never want anybody else to be able to access it, I can choose that option and I can go ahead. Okay, right now, it is set for it accepting responses. You can set start end dates, time durations, and there's a couple of other things that you can do here that I'm not going to get into today. So that's all I'm really going to cover about forms. Let's see, I have to send my forms to outside sources. Is it still people who just have the link? So the question is, if you're sending your form to an outside source, will the people who have the link essentially be able to access it? It really depends on your settings. Because if you have it that anyone can respond, yes, they can either, whether you send them the full link, the shortened link, or you send it via email, or you send the QR code out. It's going to depend on whether or not what the setting is. So I hope that answers your question. Okay, so now the question is forms only available to teams, or can I get these forms added to a SharePoint site that I'm the admin for? So that's a couple part question. Remember, forms is its own application within 365. Teams is its own application within 365. So forms is not a Teams application, it is its own application. Microsoft changed the format a couple months back to where you used to be able to natively access your form within a team. Now it constantly opens in a browser. And then as far as being able to add it to a SharePoint site, I have heard that you can because you do get the code here for the form that you can copy and paste in the SharePoint. I've done it myself. I haven't had a need to. So I've heard the answer is yes, that you can. If not, by using the code, you could put the link or you could put the QR code, but I do understand the need for natively embedding the form into the SharePoint site itself. So the short answer is, from what I'm told, yes, you can do that. Okay. So all of you to be able to work along with me, I'm going to share this form. And how you share a form is you come up to the ellipsis on the far right-hand side, and you click on the collaborate or duplicate, and you click on get a link to duplicate. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this link, and then I got to find one of my many screens that is here. Maybe I'll do it this way. I'm going to post it in a few places. I'm going to post a link in our chat. I'm also going to post it in our conversations. Here's a little bonus, right? How can I create this link without sending you the whole URL? When I paste it, it does that. Another way to do it is I can hit Control K button. I can do it this way. So there's more than one way to do this. Control K is that shortcut. So I'm going to post this in our conversation. And then I'm actually just going to go through it with you, okay? So along with me, stay with me. Please don't get ahead, because if you get ahead, you're going to miss something. Then you're going to have to go back. So I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to click on the link. When I click on the link, it's going to open up the Microsoft form. And at the very it says duplicate this form to use as your own, okay? So now you're just looking at it. It doesn't live in your environment. You're just previewing the form. So I'm going to click duplicate. Going to take a second because we're doing a webinar right now. Now, what you'll see is that it says copy. I'm going to go ahead and just click in there. I'm going to change the name of this, and I'm going to take template off. And I'm just going to put 27 March for me. Now, when you do this, which you should be doing it, says IT policy prevents external users from copying this form. Yes, if you are not part of AppNet, unfortunately, you would have to build this yourself. After that, that's the limitations of us operating with so many tenants in a joint environment. What I recommend is when you are duplicating your form, change the emojis to whatever it is. Please don't use mine. And how do you put emojis in your form? All right, who's going to type it first? Who knows how to put emojis in anything, right? It's holding down the Windows key and hitting period on your keyboard. So when you hold down the Windows key and hit period on your keyboard, the emojis come up. You could search for them. Your most recent ones are here. But you also search for one. So like if you like pizza, you can type pizza. Like, what is that supposed to be? A brown mushroom. Okay. You can use pizza, use a pizza emoji, but go ahead and create your form with an emoji. Put an emoji on the front end and the back end of your form name so that it shows up here on the very top. And you'll notice that when you make changes to your form, it'll say saving, and then Microsoft Forms saves relatively quick. So usually it says saves within a few seconds. So everybody should have this duplicated right now. It should be whatever you want to call your own routing system, and it should be whatever emojis that you want to put in there. Okay. Are you dinosaurs that are my age and older? This is important. Use emojis. Trust me. Okay. The generation loves using them, and the 365 environment is important to use them, and you're going to see why. So you see, I have a whole bunch of tabs up here. So I'm just going to close it down. I'm going to go back to my Microsoft Forms tab, and I'm just going to go ahead and refresh my page. When I refresh my page, you're going to see that this is my form. Where'd it go? Where did it go? It should be right here. Oh, I'm under group forms right now. So I need to click the back button and go to recent. That's important, okay? So now this form is showing up under my recent, but what I want you to pay attention to is right below the name of your form, Microsoft is telling you where this form is living. So right now, this form is living under my profile. This is not where I want it. I want this form to exist in my team. So I'm going to click the ellipsis, the three dots, right? I'm going to say move to a group. And then I get the pop-up window that allows me to go ahead and push this form into my team or group, as it's synonymous, right? And then I scroll down and I'm looking for there it is right there. I'm going to build this form and I'm going to place it into this team. And then I click on move. Now you'll see that under my recents, it's showing up right here, name of my form, and it's telling me where this form is living. And that's super, super, okay? All right. I'm going to pause right here for a second to give people time. I know some people are building their form from scratch. That's okay. And I'm going to cover something else that is important. If you don't like the standard form that I created and you're going to create forms for yourself for your own routing or for your own ticketing system, what I do recommend that you whiteboard it. Okay. So I'm going to pull this over here. There is an application in Teams. You can access it from the browser or you can access it from the desktop called Whiteboard. If you don't see it, you can click on here, type the word whiteboard in, it'll show up. You can add it. Then once you add it, you can pin it. And mine says unpinned because mine is pinned currently. So you do have the whiteboard option either in the browser or in the desktop version. Why am I showing you this? Because the biggest mistake people make when they make their own routing system or they're trying to use Microsoft Forms to collect data is they don't whiteboard or dry erase board what they're trying to build. And Microsoft Forms is one of those things where you're like, oh, this is really easy. I can just come in here, start adding questions. I can do branching. But when you start to make a bigger form and one that has tons of branching. Like I made a form when I worked for the reserve unit that reservists could fill out with their cell phone to request orders, all that kind of stuff. Because if you're a traditional reservist, you're there 1 weekend a month, if that, but there's still things that you need to do for your unit. So I created a form that had the anyone can respond option selected. They can access it from their phone. They can submit requests. Well, when I built this form, it had like 170 in it because if you were doing like an request, it mimicked arrows like to the T. So you would just say, yes, I'm requesting orders. You would go through it like you would in arrows, and it submitted all that data into a Microsoft list, and then we managed it from there. Well, there was a ton of branching because depending on the questions that you answer, you have to answer certain follow-on questions. And it is a nightmare to try and create a form that has over 100 questions that has multiple levels of branching in it if you don't draw it out first. Now you can draw it out, you can use a dry erase board, or you can use, seeing on the screen right here, this is a digital whiteboard. And I was using the different options here to create my questions, what I wanted to ask for the questions. You can use different types of notes. Also, anywhere within the whiteboard itself, you can right click and say new comment, and I can tag somebody. So like if I wanted to tag, let me see, who could I tag? Maybe it'll work. Usually when you're demoing, everything doesn't work. But you're supposed to be able to tag people here, or this is a comment, I'm not tagging. So I can make notes here, but you can tag people for notes and then you can send it out, post a comment. So there's different things that you can do with the whiteboard digitally if that's your thing. I was helping I think it was a guard unit in New Orleans. They wanted to create a form for in processing starting at the base level. So creating a base level in processing form, we had to whiteboard that out. And we used probably three humongous whiteboards to include one that was on the wall to whiteboard all the questions out. And when you're whiteboarding and you're trying to create these forms, another thing I'll tell you that I highly recommend that you do is get the right people in the room at all levels, not just you, the worker bees, the end user who's going to fill out your form, managers, leaders, get the right people in the room when you're creating this product so that you're not wasting your time making tons of edits to your form to where you can create the form the very first time. The other thing when you're creating your form, you need to have an understanding of when you collect this data, where do you want it to go into an Excel document? Do you want it to go in an email? Do you want to post a message somewhere in Teams? Do you want to push the data into a Microsoft list? Or maybe you want to do all those at the exact same time. You want to push the data to a list, you want to send an email, and you want to do a Teams message. We're going to do that today. So I'm going to teach you how to do that. So understanding the data and where you want it to go is also very important. Obviously, understanding what type of questions you need to ask. And I would caveat that where maybe it's not the question that you need to understand, it is the answer you're trying to get. So if you know anything about me and where I work, I always say the biggest problem across the enterprise, the number one thing is nobody reads. Would anybody agree with that? If you agree that nobody reads, raise your hand or use the reaction. Nobody reads. Number one problem across the entire enterprise. You could send things out all day long. You could spell it out. You could put hyperlinks in there, make it bold, put highlights in it. Nobody reads it because everybody wants to be told the answer. Nobody wants to read the answer. So maybe the better question is when you're building your form is not really how you want to format your, but what answer are you trying to get? And sometimes you got to be very specific. Okay. And then the last thing I'll say when it comes to the whiteboard is I love all the emojis. Thank you. Is when you're making your form, and I'm going to go ahead and click into mine. I hear somebody coming off mic. Is there a question? Nope. Okay. So when you're making your form, uh, never make it required until the very, very end. Understand what I mean later on today. So there is a hand up. Is the hand saying up for a question? Or was it just raising my hand because nobody reads? Okay, I think it was the raise the hand because nobody reads. Got it. Okay. And then the last thing I'll say about Microsoft Forms, and this is the biggest tip, is you should not go anywhere outside of Microsoft Forms to do anything until your form looks and works exactly the way you want it to. Okay, exactly. And how you do that, that's always going into that preview mode and always playing around with your form, making it look exactly the way you want. That's crucial because you want your form to be good to go so that when you do the export of your form results to create your list, which is the next step in the big process, you're not things that are on, and that'll make more sense here in a minute.
Hey, Brad, I have a quick question.
Go for it.
And I apologize that me and my teammate showed up late because we had a commander's call this morning. But
No worries.
when I did get on, you were talking about putting an email link in. You had a screen up. So we're both familiar with Microsoft Forms. So building a form is okay. But we're also interested in utilizing that to create a ticketing system, right? Which is why we're here. But you had something open where you put some kind of, I don't want to call it code. What do you call
Oh,
it?
I know what you're saying here. So it's under this under collect responses.
Yes, that one. There you
Yeah.
go. Thank you.
So no, that's fine. So in a form, you have several ways to share your form. The default way is the link, and sometimes this link can be very long. So you can just shorten it right here, and that'll see how small that makes the
Uh-huh.
link. It's what I'm going to use here in a minute. It also automatically creates a QR code for you that you can download, take a screenshot of, whatever. If
Uh-huh.
you click on email, which I'm not going to do, if you click on email, it'll open up an Outlook email in its own window that has the hyperlink in there. And then the
Okay.
last thing is the code here. So like this, if you notice, it's an iframe. And those of you who know anything about web design will understand this. An iframe is an internal section of a web page that acts on its own. So if there was a question about putting this into a SharePoint site, and
Okay.
that's how you would do it. Now, the caveat to that is obviously I have no idea the restrictions that your current base puts on your ability as a SharePoint manager and how they've locked down their pages as to what you can or cannot put on your SharePoint site. But this
Okay.
is how you would do it. You would just copy that code, go into your SharePoint site, and paste it as a web part. Now, I don't remember
Okay.
what web part because I haven't done any SharePoint editing on the DoW side. I am a SharePoint manager. I just haven't done anything in so long with it. But it's some type of web part. I don't remember if iframe is an actual option on the DoW side for websites. On the commercial side, it is because I do use it on
Okay.
the commercial side, but it is going to be a web part. Does that answer your question?
Yes, it does. Yes, absolutely.
And really, that's for embedding the actual form so that when you click on, when you go to the SharePoint site, it looks like the actual form in the SharePoint site versus a hyperlink or QR code or something like that.
We have an internal web pages, but built on SharePoint in the background. Instead, you said something, and I was like, "Oh, wait, that's probably something that we want to look at seeing if we can do." So, thank you. We'll
Yeah,
talk with our folks. We've got people smarter than me that can help us
everybody's
with that.
smarter than me, trust me.
But at least I can say, "Hey, I saw this, and is this something we can do?" So, thank you very much. Appreciate
Yeah,
it.
you're welcome. All right, so Mr. Skeen brought up something in the chat. Everybody can't see it. It says, I think lists from forms will get you to the same place to create a form with SharePoint. Some caveats to that. We're going to talk about that once we get into Microsoft Lists, because the version of forms that you get from Microsoft Lists doesn't give you the option that anyone can respond. You also don't get a lot of the customization that's available if you use the actual Microsoft Forms. So it is limited as to what it can do, but it is an option if you're trying to capture data and you're like, I don't want to mess with Microsoft Forms, you can do it from lists. So I'll talk about that a little bit more later as far as that option of forms from within your Microsoft list. So everybody should be caught up. We just went over sharing the list, renaming it, and now we actually need to start doing something with it. So right now, I don't have any submissions to my form. So if I click on view responses, you'll see that there's nothing in here. So what I want to do is I want to collect some responses. So this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to copy this link and I'm going to paste it in a few places. I'm going to post it in our chat. And then I'm also going to post it. I also posted it in the channel. It says link to Brad's form. So the next thing we're going to do is we're going to talk about how do you get the results from your form into a Microsoft list, because that's the critical part. So what I would like everybody to do is click on the link that I shared. Just go ahead and fill it out. You don't have to fill everything out. You can throw emojis in there, whatever. It doesn't really matter. And then as I start to get results, I'll see it here too. Let me see. I copied the link. So I'm going to come over here. I'm going to right click, paste and go. So if you're following along, I'm going to say mine is just low. I'm going to say that I am a general. Everybody knows my name. That's if I can spell my own name. But I'm going to throw an emoji in there for today. This part is critical when it comes to the actual routing. So I'm just going to put it in there for right now. I'm going to click on next. I'm going to say that, what do I have? I need shared drive access, which I don't use shared drives. Background info. Now, here's something I'm going to tell you. When you build your form and you're testing your form, which you always should do, obviously, before you go live with your form, when I test my form, instead of actually typing something in here, need access, I like to use my background section as a timestamp for when I submitted this form. And sometimes that can be extremely useful when you're like, oh, I submitted the form. What was the time frame I submitted that? And is things working? It'll help you troubleshoot lists. It'll help you troubleshoot Power Automate somewhere down the road. You're saying email field should be formatted as a name. You're kind of asking, yes. So let me that's a good question. That's a really good question, Mr. Marks. So on the DoW side, we have very limited options as to what we can make the formatting be. And right now, this is just a text box. And I use the subtitle to say, hey, please make sure your DoD email is 100% correct because the routing is going to depend on it. On the commercial side, you can actually use conditional formatting to ensure that this is an email address, but we just don't have that option on the DoW side. So I hope that answers your question, Mr. Marks. All right. Background info. So like I said, I'm going to timestamp this. So I'm going to say it's 27 March, and I'm about to submit this at, let's say, 0905 by the time I get there. I'm not going to upload any files for right now. And I'm just going to say next. All right, I'm going to choose Squadron. And I'm just going to send it to, let's say, the first shirt. And I'm going to hit submit. And as you see here, as the end user, I have the option to submit another response if I want to. But let's go back to my form. And you'll see that the responses are coming in and they're coming in live. So why do you want to test out your own form and fill it out first? Because if you don't get this option right here, open in Excel, and this is the option we want and we're going to use so that we don't have to create our Microsoft list from scratch, which you can if you want to, but I prefer to not create my Microsoft list from scratch. I prefer to use it just using this open in Excel and using that process. So before I get into that, I had talked about, because I know some people jumped on later, I talked about going into our channel, the 27 March Create Your Own Routing channel in the Digital Brand Microsoft 365 training team. And I talked about you clicking on the files section in here and then going to this add shortcut to OneDrive. And if that doesn't show up, sometimes you have to click the ellipsis and it'll be in this row here. But clicking on the add shortcut to OneDrive, why is that important? Because I don't usually manipulate files too much in Teams or through the browser. I always use my File Explorer option. When you do the add shortcut to OneDrive, what happens is, and I'm going to open it up and drag it over to the screen here so everybody can see. Sometimes, depending on how you open up File Explorer, it'll look something like this. This is your hard drive. This is the network access of different shared drives. And then these are your defaults right here. And then these ones on the left-hand side are usually the folders that you've been in recently. So that's your recent folder list. This icon here, now I'm making a huge assumption right now, and I really shouldn't. You should be signed into OneDrive to make this whole functionality happen. If you are not signed into OneDrive, this isn't going to help. And if you don't know how to sign into OneDrive, you can go down to the search, type OneDrive, open it up, right? And then go through the sign-in process. So you have in your File Explorer, you have the OneDrive option. Mine is usually always expanded. And what you'll notice is I have the regular folders, which let me find a regular folder. Oh, this one right here, Brad's shared with Captain SC. That's a regular folder because it just has the regular folder icon. But if you look down here, you'll see these other folders that have, it's really hard to see on your screen, but there's a little blue arrow that's saying this is a shortcut to somewhere else in the 365 environment. And what I'm going to do is since I did the add shortcut to OneDrive, you'll see that this is the shortcut right here to the file section in Teams. So I'm just going to click in there. As you see, since I submitted a loop, my loop component is showing up here because that's something that I did within the team itself. So let me just pause here for a second and let's talk about why you should use File Explorer. There is a big misconception about how files work in 365. You have two options. You have the OneDrive, which this is it right here, and any folder that has the solid folder icon, that is a folder you created in your personal OneDrive. That's your space, and everybody gets 1 terabyte of space. Well, on the AppNet tenant, you get 1 terabyte of space to create all of your own stuff. These ones that have the shortcut here, that the add shortcut to OneDrive, that is linking you to the file storage space in SharePoint. Think of OneDrive as your personal space. SharePoint is the business side. And when you go into Teams and you go into the file section in Teams, everybody's like, oh, we're storing files in Teams. No, you're accessing the files through Teams. The folders and the files are actually stored in SharePoint. And all Microsoft Teams is an application built on top of Microsoft SharePoint. And you'll see later on when we get into the list that we actually have to go into the back end to the SharePoint side to manipulate some stuff. So if you've been using SharePoint for decades, it'll be familiar with you. If not, it'll be brand new to you. So the question is, how do you add the shortcut again? So let me go over that real quick. So I'm in the browser. I'm going to the Digital Brad team. I'm in the 27 March channel. So I click in there. On the very top, you've got conversations, files, and notes. You click on the files. And then depending on your view right here, it showed up last time. It's not showing up for me now. I have to click on the 3 dots, the ellipsis, and do the add shortcut to OneDrive. Now, like I said, when you click on the add shortcut to OneDrive, sometimes it shows up relatively quick in your File Explorer. I've had it take a whole day. So it just, I don't know the rhyme or reason behind it. I've been able to tell me why. Sometimes it's fast, sometimes it's not. But eventually, when you go to File Explorer, it'll show up on the left-hand side. It'll have that little shortcut icon within the folder. That means you're linking to the 365 cloud environment through File Explorer. And then you'll see all the files that are here. This is crucial because this next step that we're going to talk about with Microsoft Forms, This is where you're going to save your files to be able to import into a Microsoft list and not create the list from scratch. So let's do that. Let's go back to our Microsoft form, and that is how you submit it. That's not where I want. So this is the actual form here from the editing perspective, right? To get to the open in Excel, which is what we're going to do next, you got to click on the view responses. There's 27 responses right now. And what we're going to do is export this. So I'm going to click on open in Excel. When I click on open in Excel, I'm going to get this pop-up box here on the right-hand side. I'm going to use the save as option because I want to save this Excel document straight into the file section so that it syncs and it's in it's in SharePoint. So I'm going to click on save as, and let me drag this window over because it opened up on another screen. So when I do this save as, it opens up just like anytime you download or save a file. I'm making sure that I clicked and have my OneDrive open on the left-hand side, and then I will just scroll down. And remember, if you can't see something, you can left click and hold, and you can drag this any way you want to make it bigger if you need to. But I'm going to go into this channel, and then I'm going to save it. Now, if you look on the bottom right now, it's saving the emojis as some watered down icons, which is fine, right? It's saying 27 March, Brad's routing system. And then it says 1-27. That's a version. And I see people are saving it. That's perfect, right? That 1-27 means it's that form and there's 27 entries. Does the file have to be saved in OneDrive? No, it doesn't have to be saved in OneDrive, but you want it to be in Teams. So whether you save it to your desktop and then drag and drop it into Teams or SharePoint, that's up to you. But I like doing it this way because it's faster. So if your OneDrive didn't sync yet, you can save it wherever you want. Then you can drag and drop it into that file section within this channel so that you can operate on it later. So I'm going to go ahead and click save. Now here's something that I always take for granted. A lot of people don't know that if you click on here, it's going to open up the file in whatever your default is. But if you click on the folder, it's going to take you into into File Explorer straight where you need to be anyway. So you'll see here, and let me drag this. You'll see here that this file's now in here. Now, if you look at the files here, you see clouds, and then you see a green check mark. The green check mark means that this file I have a downloaded version of the file already available to me on my computer. That means if I disconnect it from the network, I can still work on that file because there is a local copy being stored on my computer. And then when I reconnect it, this check mark would change to, I can't remember what that icon is called, but basically it's like a recycling icon to where it's syncing to the cloud. And then once it's synced again, it'll show the green check mark. The reason why there's a cloud version to Amando's routing system is because I don't have a local copy on my desktop. So I'm just going to do it real quick to show you what happens. So I don't know if you saw it, but it had this little circulating icon and then it changed to a check. So now I have a local copy. So it opened up in Excel. I'm not going to get into that. I have a local copy stored, and then anytime there's changes made, it'll sync. So regardless of how you access this file, whether it's in the desktop version of Excel, whether it's in the browser or it's in SharePoint, it doesn't matter. The file will constantly sync across the cloud. Sometimes it takes a second. The longest I've seen a file take is like 3 to 5 seconds, but your files are constantly syncing. So no matter how you access it, through File Explorer, through the browser, through Teams, through SharePoint Online, it doesn't matter. It's the exact same file. You're just accessing that same file multiple ways. So if you're following along with me, do what everybody else is doing here. Go ahead and do that. Open up an Excel, save it to this team or your team if you're building your product within your team. All right. So completely up to you on how you're doing it. Just want to show you for this demonstration. This is where I'm saving it in my team, in this channel, under the file section, and this is where it lives. Hopefully that made sense, and hopefully I was able to answer your question that I see there in the chat. All right. Next thing we're going to do. So depending on how you have your defaults set up for your computer, we're going to go ahead and we're going to open up this Excel document. So you can double click on it, you can right click on it. But if you right click on it, you'll see that the default option for me is to open it up in the desktop version. I can go open up with, and you can open it up in different applications. And I believe, where does it say it? Show more, maybe it's under show more options. Where is it at? Open up, there's an open online somewhere. I thought there was. Oh, here it is. View online. So right here in the center. So if I double click the Excel document, for me, it's going to open up in the desktop. If I don't want to open it up in the desktop, I can just click the more options when I right clicked it, and I can click view online, and it'll open up the document in the web version of Excel. But I'm not going to do that today. I'm just going to double click it. It's going to open up in Excel. I'm going to have to drag it over so everybody can see. All right. So here's my Excel document. I see Curtis is in here with me. If you haven't used documents in the cloud, this is how it works. When people go into your document, you can see who else is in there. I can click here and sit, and usually it'll take me where I want to within the document if there's somewhere else. Just a few things about this is, if you notice, there are some defaults that you may not have seen in the version of when we were online collecting the actual results. It actually added some columns that we didn't have before in our form. So by default, it creates this ID column. That's really important because it's the ID, the number here is the key in this environment that says all throughout everything we're going to do that it's looking at this entry, this row in this Excel document. So this ID column is crucial to a 365. You also get a start time and a completion time. You didn't get that. That wasn't on my form anywhere. You also get this option that says email, anonymous, and name, because if I would have checked the box to record the name, it would have recorded the name and the email address in here also. So those are columns that are added in here. But more importantly, you'll see that the questions that were in my form are showing up here as headers in the top column. This is important because if you remember me saying, I said it briefly, so you may not have caught it. I was saying when you create your questions, keep your question right here. Keep it relatively short. Use the subtitle to put in any additional information. Because when you export this, whatever that question is, that's what's going to show up here on the very top. That's going to be the headers over here. And then you'll notice that all of the answers are in here. Now, this is great. Something to keep in mind is when you export it from Microsoft Form, it's a snapshot of those answers from the time that you clicked open in Excel. It does not live update. So there is what, 27 entries in here? If somebody else filled out this form and there were more entries in there, say this went up to 40 right now, they are not going to show up in this Excel document because on the Department of War side of 365, it is not set up to live update as people are filling out your form. On the commercial side, it constantly live updates. So when you use the open in Excel on the commercial side and you save the document in the cloud, it will constantly add all the new entries. Doesn't work that way for Department of War, which is why we have to use Power Automate. So if there were any more entries, they wouldn't show up in there. This is just a snapshot. Now, we cannot use this to import into a Microsoft list, which is what we're going to start doing, is importing and working on a Microsoft list. So what we have to do is we have to convert this to a CSV file, because that's how you can import data into a Microsoft list. So how do you do that? Well, you come up here to File, and then there's several ways to do it. I'm just going to show you one. I'm going to click on Save a Copy. And when I save a copy, you get this window right here. And let me go over this because a lot of people don't understand what's being shown on the screen. Right now, it's telling you that when you save a copy of this file, it's going to be in your OneDrive under the Digital Brad team under the 27 March Create Your Own Routing Channel file section. Okay, it's literally telling you where it's going to save. Relatively new is the sensitivity label. That's going to happen to all of our files now. So if you want to change the sensitivity level, you can. By default, it's usually, you see it says uncontrolled DoD community only. Well, there's nothing secret squirrel in this Excel document. So I'm just going to change it to general so that everybody can access it. Uncontrolled general. There's no PII in this form. If you have in your form, then yes, you do want to put it controlled. You do want to use whatever options are available to you. And as you see, I only have 3. Depending on the environment you live in, you can have a huge list of options to choose from. But for today's demonstration, I'm just going to use uncontrolled general. All right. And then what I'm going to change is right here in the middle. So right here in the middle, it says it wants to save it as an Excel workbook as a .xlsx. So the XLSX, that is a cloud Microsoft 365 based Excel document because of that. But that's not what we're going to use. We're going to click the drop down and we're going to go right here to the middle, and I'll leave this up on the screen for a while. We're going to go right here to the middle and we're going to save a copy of this as a CSV, comma, delimited file, CSV. And if you look on the screen, you see there's more than one CSV. There's a couple. There's CSV UT8, there's Macintosh, there's DOS, there's a couple of them. The only one that's going to work is this one that's right smack dab in the middle that says CSV. All right, so I'm going to change that to CSV right there. Now, sometimes what I like to do is I like to, in the beginning, I'll put CSV file, all right, so that I can, if I'm looking at my files in File Explorer and Teams, I know that that one, no kidding, is the CSV file. You don't have to, it's completely up to you, but that's what I'm going to do. So I put CSV up here in front of my file name. I'm saving it in the team under that channel in the file section. If you want to save it somewhere else, you can, but this is where I'm going to save it. I'm going to click save. All right, let me close this down. And then you'll notice, because the default for me was saving it through File Explorer, you'll notice that there's this little icon right here that says that it has not synced yet. So depending on how slow your network is, this may or may not sync. I'm just going to double click it and I'm going to show you the difference that when you open it in a CSV file, hold on one second here. This is how the information looks as a CSV file. Almost the same as Excel, but it is a slightly different file format. Now, we'll see if this will sync. So it's a CSV file now, should be good to go. If you don't see it in Teams, so I go back to Teams, and I go back to Teams here, and I go to Files. All right, so it did sync already. The file is here, and I know it's the CSV file. You'll see at the end, it is showing that it is a CSV file, but sometimes depending on where you're looking, it won't show the extension of the file. That's why I always put CSV in front, so that you know, kidding, that's a CSV file. So my CSV file is there, so I'm good to go. So that's where we're going to stop with Microsoft Forms. We're not going to be in Forms for a little bit. The next thing we're going to do is we're going to go into, let me duplicate this tab. We're going to go into Microsoft Lists. So if you go to the Notes section, click on the little icon over here, make sure you're in this channel. I was just talking about things in Microsoft Forms. So this is a lot of the stuff that I covered in Microsoft Forms. We're now going to go into Microsoft Lists. So what is, and you can follow along if you want, there's a ton of stuff in here. I tried to create some step-by-step steps so that if you miss something, you'll be able to follow along with these steps to create a Microsoft list. So that's up to you if you have access to it. So let's go back to our applications, our ohome.apps.mil. If you're on a different tenant, it probably looks, it's something different, right? But we're going to go into Microsoft Lists next. So I'm going to right click, open up a new tab. And this is going to take you to the Microsoft List application. I'm going to foot stomp this throughout the rest of the day. All a Microsoft list is a SharePoint list. It's the same exact thing. And as a matter of fact, you'll see it in different views throughout the day. A lot of people didn't like how the SharePoint list looked in SharePoint. Microsoft knew that. So it created an application that makes it look a little prettier. All right. And you don't have to be in SharePoint to manipulate it. So that's why Microsoft created its own Microsoft list. There are several ways to manage your list. You can use the web version like I'm using right now, right? I'm in the browser, I'm in the Microsoft List application. There is a desktop version that you can download and you can use the desktop version. You can access it via SharePoint if you want. And you can also view it as a tabbed view within your team. So up here, if I go to up here, I can actually come up and hit the plus sign, see all, and I can choose to put a Microsoft list as a tab within my team. So that's 4 ways right there. There's probably more, but that's 4 ways that you can get to your Microsoft list. I prefer to just use the browser. And if you want, you can add it as a shortcut. So it shows up in your shortcuts in your browser. So it's faster to get to. That's completely up to you. But this is how I like to do it. Right now, as you're looking at my favorites, these are all Microsoft lists that I have saved as a favorite. If you scroll down below that, you'll see recent lists. So these are all different types of lists that are being created across the enterprise. Depending on how this person set up the list, you may be able to view them. You may not be able to view them. Then you can also click on my list and it will show the list that you've created. So I use 2 lists religiously. One is my what I call action requests, which is what we call our routing in our unit. And then I also have a list that when somebody scans my in-processing form from their phone, it pushes all of that data into a Microsoft list. And then I manage the in-processing with the views available in Microsoft list, which we'll talk about. So, but today what we're going to do is we're going to create a brand new list. So I'm going to say create new. When you go to create new, you'll see that there's some templates here that you can use. You can create it from an existing list. This says create a blank list, a blank form. These are different views within Microsoft lists. I'm just going to create a standard list view. You do have templates down here. So if you don't want to create something from scratch, you can go ahead and click on one of those. But what we're going to do, because we made the CSV file, because you see that's an option here. Notice it says CSV. It does not say Excel. That's why we exported it to a CSV file. I'm going to import from a CSV file. Now, when you do this, you have the option on the bottom. It says choose a file from your OneDrive. You'll see that my shortcuts are here on the left-hand side. So if I wanted to, I can scroll down and I can find that channel. And then I will see all of the CSV files, and it'll only show CSV files. It won't show any other file type. So I can select it from there. I can also go through the upload file, which will open up File Explorer. And then I would do the same thing where I would navigate to the channel. And then I can select it this way. It's completely up to you how you want to do it. It doesn't really matter. So since I'm already here, I'm going to go ahead and select my form here. Click Open. So now what it did is it went ahead and it looked at that CSV file and it said, I can see that these are the headers, so the top row in your Excel document. And if I scroll all the way across, you will see that they are all there. And you will also see that the data that was in that CSV file also comes with it. The other thing is you have an opportunity right here if you want. You have an opportunity to change the type of column it's going to be. So if you know anything about Microsoft lists, there's different column types. So these are the column types themselves. So you can change it right here if you want. I don't recommend changing the file type that it selects. If you look across the very, very top, every single file type going across the top here does say single line of text. All right. Oh, this one says multiple lines of text. That's the background section. That's fine. Attachments says do not import because nobody submitted any attachments yet because we didn't want to go there. But you've got single line of text all the way across except for this one. And then this one says person or group. This is the one caveat that I will change. And here's the reason why. The Microsoft form on the DoW side doesn't have the ability that when you put in an email address from the global or what's now called GFUD, everybody used to call it the GAL, it doesn't have the ability to just auto look up somebody's profile. And you'll find out later on that this can cause a lot of problems when people are entering their email address because it won't find them in the GAL, and then you run into automation problems. So this is probably the one that I do change it to single line of text, and you'll see why later on. So this looks pretty good. We've got single line of text now across the whole thing, especially my email one. I'm going to click next. Now there's a really crucial step in this next part. So here's the name that I'm going to call my list. So I don't want this 1 to 27 thing in there. Whoops, I do want my Shamrock back in there. Let me put that back in there. And I don't want this CSV thing here. This is what I want to name my list. What's really crucial is, just like in Microsoft Forms, when I said you can create a form under your license, in your forms, or under the team and group, if you're creating something for your unit, you want to click this drop down where my list is, and you want to actually navigate to your team. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to navigate to my team. I think I just passed it, because I want to create this list in the team, and that's going to be crucial later on. So I'm telling it that I wanted to create this list in the digital Brad. Let's see here. Did I put it in the right spot? Oh, I'm sorry. This one, the recent one. I just want to create it in the team itself. You do have the option, and this is what I changed, and I'll show you what I changed, is when I scrolled down here, there was an option that I could save. Where would it go? I can save it in the Brad only channel. That's actually a private channel in my team. That's not where I want to save it. I just want to save it within the team itself. So that's the check mark. I'm just going to leave the default show list and the stat navigation. I'm just going to leave that there. And I'm going to click create. So it's going to take a couple seconds. What it's doing is it's going to create an actual Microsoft list. It's going to import that data. It's also going to create all of those headers going across the top. And that's what it did. So that's why you want to add things to your form and then go from there. The very first thing, I'm not seeing my team. That would have to be something we would investigate, Master Sergeant Troutman. You're not seeing your team in File Explorer? Is that what you're asking? Oh, if you're not seeing the team when you import it, it's probably because you're not an owner. And that's a caveat I should have said. You need to be, I believe you need to be an owner of your team to be able to import a list. We just did. You assume there's a way to power automate this action? Maybe. I don't know. Never had to. So getting back on track, the very first thing that I highly recommend everybody do is, if you look at this little star right next to the name of your list, please click it so that it fills itself in. Because when we get into editing the permissions and stuff like that, what'll happen is your list may not show up here right away. It can take some time. But if you click the little star, it'll show up right away under your favorites. So that's just a way to get back into your list the fastest point you can. Good question for Cliff Ward. Highly agree with you, Master Mose. Cliff Ward will probably know the answer. All right. So if we look across this, the very first thing that I did is I clicked the star to save it. Here's the name of my list. And what I want you to look above the name of your list, that is telling you where your list lives. If yours says my list, then it saves it so only you can get to your list and nobody else can unless you grant them permissions to it specifically. So yours shouldn't say my list, it should say whatever team it is. And so you see here that it's living in the digital Brad team. That's something that people don't catch on to right away. So, all right, what I'm going to do right now is I'm just going to pull this over. If you're following along on the SharePoint note, we went through all of this, creating your list from a CSV file. We did all that, created it, and then let's see. So we did that. The next thing we're going to do is we're going to remove the default columns. So this is where this is the step we're on right here. It's the next thing we're going to do. It's how to remove default columns. So if you make your list from scratch, or even if you don't make your list from scratch, Microsoft likes to put the ID in this default column. And when you make a list from scratch, this will not say ID, it'll say title. The problem with this first column is you really cannot manipulate this column, and it causes problems, and I'm foot stomping this big time. It causes problems when you get into Power Automate. It may not right off the bat, but eventually it's going to cause a problem for you somewhere when you're trying to do something. And I want to show you the difference. When you click the drop down next to ID, you've got a couple of options here, but I want you to know what the very first option is. It says I could rename this column. If I go to any of these other columns, let's just say priority, right? And I go to column settings, you'll notice that the very first option that I get is to edit it. So I can edit this column, I can make all kinds of changes. This default one that Microsoft made, you cannot edit it however you want. You can rename it, you can do a few things. We need to be able to get rid of this default column. So what I'm going to show you is how to get rid of it. And I'm going to go slow. And remember, this is being recorded. And if you're following along in the notes section, I actually put screenshots in here so that you can follow along. So the very first thing is you're going to come up to the right side of your screen and you're going to click this icon. Now, if you're old like me and you watched the Jetsons growing up, we would call that a COG for Spacely Sprockets. If you're not as old as I am, most people call that the settings icon. All right, so if you click on the settings icon, it's going to give you this little drop-down list that pops out, and we're going to click on list settings. So when we click on list settings, our view that we're going to see on the screen is going to change. It's going to change from the Microsoft List application, and it's going to open up this list on the back end on the SharePoint side. So we click on list settings. Now, as you look on the very top window, you see it says SharePoint. So we're now on the back end of the Microsoft List, and you get a lot more options and things that you can do on the back end that you can't do within the Microsoft List application. The next place we're going to go is you've got this list information here. You also have this general settings, right, that I've highlighted right here. I want you to go down here and there's one that says advanced settings. It's right here where my cursor is. This is where we're going to go next, to advanced settings. Click on advanced settings. And the very first option right here is allow management of content types. This says no. This is the reason why we can't do anything with this column. But we're going to click yes. So you'll click yes. And then you're just going to scroll down to the very bottom of the screen. And you're going to go ahead and click OK. All right. So I'm going to click OK. When I click OK, it takes me back to the settings site of the SharePoint. Now, on the very top here, you see when I hover my mouse over the name, it'll actually let me click back and forth, right? So if I click on this, it's going to take me to my Microsoft list, but I'm viewing it in SharePoint. I don't like manipulating my list that way. So let me go back. This is called the breadcrumb. As we navigate, the breadcrumb changes. It's just like, what is the story called with breadcrumbs? Somebody help me out here. With the two kids, the boy and the girl, brother and
Hansel
sister.
and Gretel.
Hansel and Gretel. Thank you. Gosh, I was brain farting there. It's like Hansel and Gretel. They leave a trail of breadcrumbs that you could find your way back. So that's what it does up here in SharePoint. As the deeper we go, it'll provide the breadcrumb up here, and you don't have to use the back and forward button. You can just click somewhere on the breadcrumb and take you where you want to go. So we just changed the advanced settings. What we're going to do is we're going to scroll down on the page a little bit until we see this content type, and then we see content type again below it. And if you look right below what I have highlighted is the word item. If you put your cursor on the word item, you'll see that it's a hyperlink. We're going to click on that hyperlink item, takes us to the list content type. And then under the column section, under name here is the word title. Now it says title here, but on the list, it's actually ID. So what we're going to do is we're going to hover over the title word here below the column's name. Click on title. Then under this column section, oops, sorry, I didn't mean to do that. Over this, the column is, we're going to click the radio button that says hidden, will not appear in forms, and click on. So that's the settings that we had to make so that we can manipulate that default column that Microsoft puts in every single list. If you don't do this, I guarantee you will have a problem somewhere down the road. Whether you're just using your list or whether you're power automating, you will run into a problem. So now what I need to do is I need to get back to my list. Well, I like viewing my list in the Microsoft List web application. So I'm going to come up here to these 9 dots. These 9 dots are called the waffle, or it's called the app launcher. So I'm going to click on the app launcher here. I'm going to click on Microsoft Lists. And because I put this in my favorites, I know it's the very last one here. It's going to show up. And then I go back into my list. So what I'm going to do is let's take a, what do you think, 5 or 10 minute break? Anyone? Bueller? All right. We'll take a 10. Somebody answered 10 it is. We're going to take a 10-minute break. We're going to come back at 9:55. All right, so take a break, come back at 9:55, and then we'll dig in deeper. For everybody else, if somebody has a question, now's the time to ask. I don't need an environmental break. I'm good to go right now. So if you have a question, you can come off mic, and I'll try to answer your question the best that I can. If not, see you at 9:55.
Brad, it's Kat again.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, I think there was someone else that has a question too, but I'm on my settings page and I don't see list content type. I see a section called content types. And then I have two hyperlinks that says add from existing site content types and then change new button order and default content type.
So drive me through my screen. So you click this list, the icon up here,
I kicked that or
and
clicked
then
that. I kicked it, but I clicked it. List settings. And then on this screen, I was trying to figure out how do we do the content type piece,
sure.
and I missed something. Oh, I
No, it's
have to
okay.
click item.
Yes, it's this right
Ah,
here.
because it wasn't different color for me.
That's fine. Does that
And
take you
then,
to this screen right here?
yes, it does. And so
Okay.
now I change
Right here where my cursor is.
title and change that and then remove it.
You're going to put it on the
Hidden. And then
hidden. Click OK.
and then now it says hidden. And
And
that's all I needed
then
to do.
you'll come back up here to the app launcher. Go to Microsoft lists. Hopefully you click the little star on your list.
Yes, I did.
So it'll be the last one. And then that takes you right back to your list. And that's where we paused right there.
We're good. I missed the item piece because it doesn't show as a different
Yeah.
color for me, so I didn't know
Yeah.
it was a hyperlink. Thank you.
Yeah, and no worries too. If you go to the OneDrive and you click on lists, it's all those instructions are right here with
Okay.
some screenshots. So I know everybody won't remember that, and that's
No,
okay.
it's good. I have too many screens open, so trying to
Sure.
navigate between the notes and whatever. So I've just been trying to follow along.
Yes, ma'am. I've got 3
Awesome.
humongous screens open right now, so I get it.
Great. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Hey, Brad,
Any,
this is Daniel
yes,
Hamblin.
yes,
You got a
sir.
question about that with hiding the lists portion. If I have current lists open, I've already made previous lists and I'm using Power Automate. Doing that, will it throw off what Power Automates I already have?
If you have dynamic content mapped to it,
Yes.
maybe.
Oh, dang.
And the reason, and I say maybe because most of the time it doesn't, to be honest, but sometimes it will, depending on what type of flow you have set up. If you got a super high speed dynamic flow, which we're not going to create today, and we try and keep, I like the KISS principle, so we're going to keep our flow simple today, right? But KISS stands for keep it short, Shimkiss, because that's my last name.
Oh,
You
so there
can
you go.
change that. You don't have to say the other word if you don't want to. But so possibly. I will tell you this, when I started creating Power Automate flows for lists probably about 6 years ago, it was causing all kinds of problems for me, depending on the type of flow that I was creating, because it kept wanting me to put dynamic content into the default column, and I didn't want to. And there's been some changes in the environment over the last year where maybe it's not a problem anymore. I don't know. But just because of the problems that I ran 2 years ago, this is the first thing I do in any list that I create so that I can guarantee I won't run into a problem when I'm creating flows in Power Automate. So it's a good question. I don't have a definitive answer for you. I will say, like I said, most of the time it doesn't, but it could because it has caused problems for me too.
Right. So what I've used it for is, I don't know if this is going to make any difference. So I have our group, they created a awards page in their teams, and that first section is the title of the award. And I've just created a Power Automate where it just stills that list that they've already made in their teams. And anytime they create something new, it'll automatically populate onto my team's page.
Sure.
With small modifications. But I'm assuming that because it's titled ID in their section, it should still look for it, correct? Because that's how the Power Automate's going for that ID.
It should, yes. Because what we're going to do, because I know we're on a break, so What we're going to do is we are going to use the ID field, obviously, in Power Automate to look at it, but it's not going to matter as far as our routing goes.
Because all I'm looking for in Power Automate is it just looks for that ID because that's what they have their title labeled
Right.
as under is the ID. And so that as long as
Right.
it continues to look for that, it should be fine.
It should be. I just wonder whether or not it would screw up your flow if they hit it
They're not
and
smart enough to
remove
do
and
that right
removed
now.
it. Yeah.
They're not
And
smart
that's
enough
what
to do that.
no, and that's why I say maybe, because there are some times where I have a default column, I kept it there, and I'll hide it or do the show hide and hide it, or I'll actually remove it from the form. And depending on how far I go, the flow will work and sometimes it won't. So that's why I say
Maybe.
just to make sure your flows work all the time, just do the process I just
Be
went over.
consistent, just get rid of it.
Because you never know what somebody's going to do, especially because you're piggybacking off of somebody else's list right now. So
Right.
if they do something to their list, obviously that may screw up your Power Automate flow. But it's a good question. I see some
Appreciate
other
the answer.
hands. You're welcome.
Hi, sorry, Charmin.
Yes, ma'am.
So I know that I wrote in the chat that I couldn't find my team. So I am the owner of the team. I'm literally the only one on there. We didn't play around with it. But when I went to go move the list there, it was not available. And I don't know if there's something going on with my OneDrive, maybe that the option didn't show up for me. So I just think that to your digital Brad one and trying to follow along, but I don't know if this is something that can be discussed now or
So I have seen that in the past before to where just the environment takes a while to catch up. And it probably happened to me about 6 months ago where I was doing all that. Where is my list at? And it took like 4 hours for me to be able to see my list. It doesn't happen most of the time, but it can happen. So I'm fingers crossed. I'm hoping for you. It's just taking time for it to show up.
So I'll just keep following along and up with on I posted it to your digital Brad one.
Sure.
Just so I follow it. So
That's fine.
thank you.
You're welcome. Anybody else?
Hey, Brad, it's Jimmy.
Yes, sir.
I've been following on and off, and then I had to divert my attention for quite a couple minutes. I just want to make sure that I am caught up. So we copied your form into our own Teams channel. We made an entry into our copied form. We made a shortcut of the form to our OneDrive, and then we imported that response onto a list via the CSV. So that it can automatically populate the names of the columns and all that. Am I pretty much caught up?
There were some, I could be picky with your nomenclature, but yes, that's correct.
Pick me apart. What I say wrong?
We just, for other people listening, we used the add shortcut to OneDrive from the file section that
The attachments.
so that the entire file section of that channel will show up, everything that goes in there. So I saved it into that file structure just through OneDrive, if that makes sense. And then, yes, we converted the Excel to a CSV. We imported the CSV, and then we removed, well, we didn't remove it yet. We created the ability to manipulate this first column, the ID column. Did you see that part?
No, I did not, but it's so for that you just go to list settings and do something over there.
So real quick, it's list settings, and then you go to advanced settings, turn this one on right here, allow management of content type, and then click OK on the bottom. And then after you do that, you scroll down to under this content type where the word item is. You click on the word item. That's going to take you to the list content type. Then the very top one under columns is title. You click on title, and then you're going to get the option to hide it. So that it's usually the optional is selected. You just click on the hidden, and then you are all caught up, sir.
Oh, that's great. Thank you much. Appreciate it.
You're welcome. Anybody else before we jump back in? Because it's 9:56. Anybody else? Any other questions? So if you're following along in the OneNote, I am right here where it says clean up the list. Now you can clean up this list however you want. This is how I'm going to do it. But the very first thing that I do is I'm going to do this several times so that people can see how I do it, because I usually get asked. So I'm going to do it more than once. I'm going to come over to this first column, and I'm going to click the drop down. When it doesn't show up usually unless you hover over it. So I hover over that column, click the drop down. I'm going to go to column settings, and then I can do the hide this column, or I can do the show and hide columns. The very first time, all I'm going to do is I'm going to say hide this column. So I'm going to hide the column. So now you see that the ID column is no longer there. Well, there's some other columns that I really don't want to use when I get into the Power Automate section. So I'm going to go ahead and hide those too. So I'm going to go and hover over the start time, click the drop down, go to column settings. And this time I'm going to go to show and hide columns. And when I go to show and hide columns, it's going to pull up a partition on the right hand side. And then you'll see that I have the ability to unhide more than just one. So I'm going to click on start time. I'm also going to unselect this one down here, select group routing. I'm going to select wing routing because I don't want those either. I also don't need this default columns that Microsoft created that says email and name, because I have my own that I created that say last name, first name, and due to email. So I'm going to uncheck this email one. I'm going to uncheck name. And if you wanted to, you could rearrange these columns. You have the up and down arrows. You can also left click and hold, and you can drag and drop wherever you want them. And you'll also see that the ID field is unchecked because we did it with the hide column. So it's not there either, right? So for the demonstration purposes today, those are the ones that I'm gonna remove: the start time, the select group routing, select wing routing, name, and email. And then once I've done all that, all I'm going to do is click the word apply. All right. So now I've applied those settings, and you see that those ones are no longer showing up here on the top pair. And then what I like to do, and what you should do right away, build this as a part of your habit, is come up here to this all items tab. It's the only tab view that we have right now. Click the drop down and click either save view or save view as. I'm old school, so I like to use save view as, and then just click save. The reason that's important is if you get out of your list and come back, those columns are still going to be there. Or if you create more views and you click into a different view and come back, those columns are still going to be there. So when you make an edit to the view of your list like we did, which was removing those columns, they will come back unless you immediately come up here and then save your view. That's pretty important because people are like, I'm doing it and I keep going back to that view and they're all still there. Well, you've got to save your view anytime that you make an edit to that current view. Hopefully that makes sense for everybody. Now I'm going to move some of these columns around the way I like them. You can move the columns around any way you want. Let's see. I like priority to be in the front there. I also like where it says select starting point for routing. I like that towards the front. So I'm just left clicking and holding. I could have did it the other way when that window opened up. It's up to you. So I'm going to move that one. What else am I going to move? That's all I'm going to do as far as moving. Now, you do see how this column header is cut off, right? And it's given the name of the question in the form. So the question in the form says select starting point for routing. Well, that's pretty big. If I wanted to, I could come up here, go in between the columns, and I can spread it out. And then I could go back in here and say save view, and then it'll stay like that. But I really usually don't like a column that big. So I'm going to rename it. So I'm going to click the drop down. I'm going to go into column settings, and this time I'm going to click edit. So when I click edit, the right side pop-up comes up, and now I can manipulate this. So I'm going to come in here, and I'm just going to change this one to start point. All right, I'm going to change it to start point, and I'm going to click save. There's some other things that I want to manipulate in here. I also want to manipulate my routing section. So if you remember, I'm going to come in here to the drop-down routing, go to column settings and click edit. When I imported this list, I made sure that it was a single line of text. But if you look at the actual form itself under routing, it has all of these options. When you import your CSV, you can import it so that it is a choice column. And right now I can come in here, and I'm going to here in a second. I could change this to the choice column. Here's what I have experienced. You may not experience this, but I have. If I import my CSV file and I import this routing column as a choice, I have run into problems that when I use Power Automate to push the results from my form into my list, because this is a choice column, it won't recognize it and it'll leave that column blank. Or sometimes it'll get really glitchy and it'll choose a completely different choice than what was selected on the form. So when it comes to something on your form that has multiple choice, like something like this, and you're going to import it into your list, I just import it as a single line of text, and then I change it, and then what I'm about to show you, remember I told you there's going to be some live things I'm going to do, but I'm going to actually change it here. The reason I'm going to do that, because this is going to matter later on, because when I get into Power Automate to where we send notifications to different people in different sections, hey, you have something that's routing with you, this routing column is going to be what Power Automate is looking at to send those notifications. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to change this type to a choice. And when I change it to a choice, you see I get some default choices, 1, 2, and 3. Now, I am absolutely horrible when it comes to this. I'm going to drag this list over here to the end of my tab. And I'm also going to drag, nope, not that one. Let's see, is it this one? No, this one. I'm going to drag it next to each other and I have it right here. So I need to make these choice columns match what the choice options are in my form. And this is a foot stomping moment. If you want your automation to work, exactly how things are spelled in your question needs to be exactly how these choices are. If they're not, we spell something incorrect, or there's a space between the first letter or anything like that, your Power Automation flow will not run correctly. So to prevent human error, because I make all kinds of mistakes every single day, I'm a copy and paste guy. So what I'm going to do is this is the routing column. This is the routing question. I like to click in here, copy it using the shortcuts, Control C, Control V, and come in here and paste it. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go in and I'm going to do that live so everybody sees. It doesn't take too much time. You're probably a lot faster than I am. Like I said, I'm doing this because I want to make sure that the words match 100% and there is no glitch. So that when we get into the Power Automate section, my flows will run and they will not break. All right. So what do I got? MTL here. So all I'm doing is going back and forth, clicking add choice. Whoops, I didn't do that one. I know it's very simple. You can type the word UMD, but you would be amazed how many times you misspell something when you're creating your product, and then you're driving yourself mad as to why nothing is working. So when it comes to critical stages, I call this a critical stage. I copy and paste. So now I've got all of the choices here in this column that match my form under the routing section, question number 10. Now, you do have the option, if you want, you can select this box right here. And what that will do is it says can add values manually. Well, it's not adding values in your form. It's when you're using your list, you can add a manual value. And I'll get into that later. I like to check that for this one only. And you'll see why possibly later on. So now that I've got everything looking the way I want, I'm going to go ahead and click save. So that has saved it. Now, because I made a change to my list, I like to come back over here again, save view as, click save. And then I also like to refresh the page. So you can either refresh the page up here on the top or use the shortcut keys, Control R, it's up to you. Refresh my page. So now I've made the changes to the routing section, which corresponds to our notes right here of the routing columns. So now we're going to go on to the next thing, and that is, let me see. Oh, I did forget something under that routing section. Let me go back under here for routing. I'm going to go columns, edit. There's some I want to add. So if you look at the notes here, you'll see that I want to add these 4 choices. These 4 choices do not exist on my form because it's for internal processes only. It's not for the end user. And you'll see how this all works later on. So the first one I'm going to do is member. So I'm just going to come down here, add a choice. member, and I like to put it at the very top. And then the next one I'm going to add, because I'm a CSS processing. Now remember, I'm not copying and pasting this from anything because I'm adding it in the list itself. And I like to add, where do I usually put that? I'll put that right there after the CSS. And then another one that I have, which I highly recommend everybody have in their list, and you can word it however you want, is processing complete. You probably want to have some type of complete as an option of your choice to be able to manipulate your list. You can word it however you want. Whoops, I didn't mean to check out of that. Column settings, edit. Here's my processing complete. I like to keep it at the end. And then the last one that I have is because I have additional automation on my list is ready for archive. And just real short, why do I have ready for archive? In our routing list, when I put something as ready for archive, there's a flow that sends an email to the member saying, hey, in 7 days, your entry is going to be deleted. So if you want something from it, you got 7 days to go get it. And then there's another thing that I do that for the ready for archive. When I change the routing status to ready for archive, not only does it send the member an email, it also creates a very rudimentary folder and file in 365 that copies a lot of the information, including the attachments, and sticks it in a folder that I have hidden from the entire unit. That way I can keep my list short. So I made all the entries I want to make. If you want to add colors, you can. So usually for process complete, I'll click the little painter palette here and I'll make it green. My favorite color is purple and I work in CSS, so maybe I'll make that one purple. So if you want to make some of these different colors, you can. It's completely up to you. You don't have to. I'll just use those as an example for right now. And then I will click save. So that's where we are. So that's for the routing section. The next thing we're going to do is subject, because it's the same thing for subject. If we go back to our form and we go to subject right now, I have it as a drop down, but if you click into it, you get all the options. These are all of the subjects. Now, why do you want to do this? Why do you want to copy these and put them in here by going under column settings and edit and default them? First, create this to a choice and then add them here. The reason why you want to do this is because if you have in your form an other, like I do, if you look on my form here, I already have one that says web assistance, leave request. Those are the options that they could select. But if a member chooses on the form to click other, they can type something else in. And maybe when they spell leave request, they spell leave incorrect. What I'm saying is when you have a choice column, it's best to try to template as many of the answers as possible. Otherwise, you may have 10 different variations of leave requests because people can't spell the word leave and they can't spell request. And later on, if you want to sort your list, which I'm going to get into later, by leave request, you're going to have all kinds of goofy different things and it may not pick up on every single one of them. So I try to template my choices just like I did over here. So that's what I'm going to do now. I know there's like 20 of them, but I'm going to go ahead and do it. All right. I'm going to go back and forth, add these choices in here one by one. And all I'm doing is using the shortcut keys, Control A to highlight it, Control C to copy, and Control V to paste, right? Shortcut keys are great. Control A to Control C, add a choice, Control V, right? Or if you click in there correctly or double click, you can do the same thing, highlight it all, Control C. I learned to talk through these because people asked me what the shortcut keys were, because I take it for granted that everybody knows the shortcut keys for copy and paste, but that is not the case. All right. So I'm going to paste all these options in here. And then, while you're doing it, if you want to add different colors to things, you can. I usually don't for my subject. I do know a lot of people when they build their routing list and other organizations that I have helped build routing lists for, they like to add colors to their choices just because it's a visual reference. Well, I did not need to do the whole page there. It's a visual reference and it works for them. But that's the great thing about this is, so I didn't say this in the beginning. I'm just curious, how many people use gears If you use gears, do some type of reaction. Anybody use gears for routing? The Army's GEARS? Somebody's laughing. All right, usually there's more people that use gears is okay, but it operates off of an Army server, and when the Army server goes down, you're stuck. The other thing about using gears is it is single point of failure. Because if you have 5 people on your routing list and somebody is on leave or is out for the day, your routing gets stuck. So with this process that we're building here, this is not single point of failure, because depending on who you have access to your list, to include yourself as the end user who submits it, you can go ahead and you can change who it needs to go to next on your own. And using the notifications feature that I'm going to cover here later with Power Automate, you're going to be able, that person will get a notification. So unlike gears, where sometimes you have to delete steps, or you have to sometimes create the whole gears routing process all over again because it gives you a hard time, you're not going to have that issue here with this type of routing list because it doesn't have single point of failure like that. The other thing is now we're going to talk about props. How many of you have used props to route documents for your unit? Anybody? There's a thumbs up, couple thumbs up. So props is, what's funny about props, here, let me change that to, there you go. What's funny about props, all props is the Microsoft lists. It's just made to look a little bit different. And I'm not saying this is what happened, but I'm saying this is what happened. So I created this routing just like I'm sharing to all of you back when we had the CVR version of Teams. Who remembers the CVR version of Teams? Give me a thumbs up. Anybody? Yes. Oh, I like the love icon because I know where that's coming from. We had a lot more options with the CVR version, and we can access it from our phone, and we can't. Is that why you gave me the hearts? Probably so, right? So I've been using this specific type of routing. It just has evolved over the years, ever since we received CVR Teams. And I did some coaching and some demos back in the day on my routing. And then about 2 years later, props came out. I'm like, that's funny. Looks just like my stuff that I had. So I'm not knocking props, but I do talk to some people that have used props, and they say eventually they run into some type of single point of failure on props. So props is really good if you don't want to do all these steps yourself, but if you want customization and you want control, that's why you're in this class. If you don't want customization, you don't want control, and you're at the mercy of whatever props does, then go use props. But as you see, if you do this, you can create and manipulate it so much, and you can use Power Automate, which you're not really going to be able to use too much with props, to do all kinds of things I'm going to cover today. All right, so I've gone ahead and I've copied all of my subjects. I know that was painful. All right, the one that I did not copy was other. And the reason I didn't copy that, because it's different in your list. It's just this box right here. Could add values manually. I'm going to let people come in. If they do it in the list, I'm going to let people do it here. But they would have to come into the actual list items. Also, when you select this can add values manually, when somebody does select other, it allows other to transfer into your list. So if you have an other in your form and you don't check this box, it might cause problems with information transferring over to your list. So make sure you have that checked. So everything's good to go here. So I'm going to go ahead and click save. And since I manipulated my list, I'm going to come up here and say save view as. I'm just going to override it. So everything should be good to go. So right now we are right here where we went under subject and I clicked save. Everything's good to go. So just like it says in the notes here, in its basic sense, this list is ready to move on to Power Automate. But here's the caveat on the very bottom, and I cannot stress this enough. You should not move on to Power Automate until your forms works exactly the way your forms you want it to work. Then you go to Microsoft List, and your list has everything in there the way you want it to have, all right, and how you want it to look in Microsoft List before you go to Power Automate. And when I get to Power Automate, I'll tell you why. But if you're good to go at this point, you can. But I'm going to cover something else because we have time before the next break. I'm going to go into this sub page here, and I'm going to cover list permissions. because the list permissions is really what makes this routing work. And you don't have everybody all up in your business that having access to your list. It says, what about the options to assign it to a specific team member? Is that what you're asking?
Yes. So I know, so if someone fills out the form and we have our list, so a list that we're just using a standalone list right now, but when we enter in a ticket, I guess you could call it, it can actually be assigned to
Yes.
either one or a group of people. So we
Yeah.
don't build that in here right now. We're doing that later.
Not right now, and you'll
Okay.
see why. But just to pick up on what you were saying is on any of your list items, this list lives in this 365 training team, right? But when you open up the list, if you mention somebody's name over here, it will automatically grant them access to your list. They don't have to be a part of your team. They don't have to be a part of your channel. So if I don't know, I'm just going to type my name in there because I know there's more than one of me, right? So if I type my name in here, wow, there's more Shimkuses than the last time I looked. Usually I pick on this guy right here, Tech Sergeant Shimkus Bradley, because when I was active duty, I was Tech Sergeant Brad, not Bradley Shimkus, and there was a civilian who was the opposite. And now that I'm a civilian retired, it's the opposite again. So if I select this person's name, right, I can type a whole bunch of stuff in here. And when I push this button to post a message or enter on my keyboard, I'll get a pop-up that says, hey, this person doesn't have access to your list or doesn't have access to this specific list item. Do you want to grant them access? And I'll say, yes, share it. And then they'll get an email notification that says, hey, you've been tagged in this specific list item. And when they click on go to it, it won't open up. Let me get rid of this so Tech Sergeant Bradley doesn't get a notification. It won't go to this here. It will open up this list item in its own tab all by itself. And I see a hand. Oh, the hand went down, no question. So what's really cool about using this, no worries. What's really cool about creating your own routing, this is not limited to your own unit. If I want to send this to somebody at the Pentagon, I literally just go into it, right? You can double click or you can click on it and click on edit. It's up to you. It's being very difficult with me right now. I don't know why. There it goes. It's catching up. All I got to do is use the shift 2 button, the at icon, and I can literally grant access to almost anybody. But here's the caveat. They got to be on your tenant. If they're in another tenant, actually, no, I think it just recently changed because I think I tried this with my wife. I can't remember. My wife is on the DHA tenant because she's in the medical side. I think they just fixed this that if you mention somebody in a separate tenant than your own, they'll actually get access to it. I'm pretty sure they changed that. But a year ago, that wasn't the case. You could only tag people that were in your tenant. And when I say tenant, some people don't understand what that word means. Tenant is an environment. It's synonymous with environment. And on the DoW side, just within the Air Force, I think we have 9 separate tenants. There's AFNet, there's DHA, SOCOM, PACAF, all these different regions and operational sections throughout the world have their own tenant, and we all don't operate on in one environment. And there's reasons for that. And this is something everybody, please, if you're doing something else while you're in here, I get it. Listen to this. This is important. The Microsoft 365 side, the AFNet tenant specifically, which is the one that I'm operating in right now, Microsoft 365 is IL5 or Impact Level 5 compliant. What that means is this environment is absolutely acceptable for CUI and PII. The minimum impact level for CUI and PII is impact level 4. This is one step ahead, all right, or one level above, I should say. So Microsoft made it even a higher level. So it's impact level 5 compliant, and you can put CUI and PII here with the caveat that you are securing data in the best way possible. The reason why we just have private teams is because somebody didn't follow that and stuck an alpha roster in a public team, didn't lock it down, and it was available to everybody. So that's why we have just private teams, and you have to jump through hoops to get public teams now. Yes, ma'am. Question?
So a couple things. So I have a private Teams group with a list, and I've got 10 people on my team, and they each all have different program areas. So when we have a list item, they're assigned to specific people, right? In other words, they're going to work that ticket.
Yeah.
So what you're saying though is that, but we do have to reach out outside of our Teams group, outside of our division to other divisions. I'll just use it as an example.
Okay.
So they can use the @chat feature on that task that we're just going to call it a task, the line item. So I need to be able to assign it to a team member to work it, and then I need them to be able to @chat somebody external to our Teams group that's private. If they do that, the person in the other division will get to see just that task.
That's correct. 100%
Okay.
correct.
So now my question, now I go back. So thank you. That's fantastic because that's where I want to go. But I still am trying to figure out, we're all can view the list. And I know you're going to show us how we can have new tickets coming in and populating that list. But as those new ones come in, I need to be able to assign it to an internal team member. And we do
Sure.
it right now on the list we have now, but in this example, I guess I'm trying to understand, when can I do that as we build this ticketing system?
So if you stay with me, I'm going to cover all that.
Good. I'm just ahead of you, that's all, but thank
Yes, ma'am.
you.
No, that's perfectly fine. Was there another hand up? I thought maybe I saw another hand. Nope.
No, that was mine. I took it.
Oh, no worries. So using that app feature will grant access to it, and they only see that list item. So I wanted to cover that because we're going, the next step we're going to do is we're going to go into permissions. So Kay was saying every person in her team can see everything in the list. Well, what if you don't want every person in your team to see everything in the list? Well, we're going to fix that. So that's what we do. For our routing system, our CSS and a few leaders can see everything in the list. Everybody else cannot. They can only see what they're granted access to, and I'll get into that deeper. So what we're going to do is we're going to change the permissions, the default permissions of this list right off the bat. And this is how you do that. And if you're following along on the OneNote, it's all right there. I've got some screenshots and stuff in there. You can follow along in the OneNote. So we're going to go over to the cog or the settings icon, and we're going to go to this list settings options again. It's going to take you to the back end. Remember, you're in SharePoint now. You know that because you see it on the very top left. So we're on the SharePoint, the back end of the Microsoft list. And then the next thing we're going to go is you see this column in the center that says permissions and management. So underneath that permissions and management column, there is a hyperlink here that says permissions for this list. So I'm going to pause. Not only can you do this with a list, this is also how you lock down files and folders within 365. It's the exact same way. So if you want to have folders and files in your team that you don't want everybody to be able to see by default, you have to break what's called the parent inheriting permission. It's the exact same way. You would go into the manage access of the folder or the file. It takes you to the backend on SharePoint, and you click on this permissions for the list. It won't say permissions for list, it'll be a different permissions, but it's going to look almost exactly the same. When you click on that permissions for the list, you see on the left-hand side here says manage parent and stop inheriting permissions. So when you create a list and you put it in a team, which is what we did, or what I did, I should say, it automatically inherits the permissions of that team. So if we look at the permissions of this team right now, there's some people in here, then it has the members, the owners, and the visitors. Well, when I make a list, I don't want anybody to see it unless I specifically grant access to them. So I want to remove these. Now, if you do not click on this stop inheriting permissions, and you come in here, sometimes you can't, it just depends on your environment. You can check these boxes and you'll remove the members, but within 15 minutes later, they're going to come right back because this list is inheriting the permissions of your team, and it will keep bringing them back until you break it. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to click on the stop permissions. So we click on stop inheriting permissions. We get this pop-up that says we're creating unique permissions. We click OK. When we click OK, you'll notice this top left section has now changed. So if you've been in my list, I'm about to actually, who's in my list? I won't remove you right now because you're going back and forth. But what I always do is I always remove my members and I always remove my visitors. So I'm going to click these boxes. Visitors is synonymous with guest. So if you have guests in your team, that's what they are here. Just like group and team are synonymous, visitors and guests are synonymous. So I click these two, and then I'm going to say remove user permissions. It's going to say, are you sure? Yep. So now I've removed every member who's a part of my team, right? They don't have access to this list anymore. That's intentional. And it saves it automatically right off the bat. There's nothing else that you need to click on to add it. So now the defaults are removed. I can, if I want, I could grant specific access to people and groups right here. So if I go to grant permissions, I'm going to get this pop-up box. And when I get this pop-up box, I can see where it says enter names or email addresses. I can enter specific groups. I can enter specific names. I don't remember if you can add an org box because I don't think org box looks at who's a part of it unless it's a cloud-based org box. So don't quote me on that one. But you can add people in here, you can add groups. And then you can include a little message. And then when you click show options down here, you have this drop down where it says select a permission level. So you have a couple of different types of permission levels that you can give. I actually use this. So my routing list lives in the CSS team, but I have another flight that needs read access only to everything that's in the list because they manage all of the students in their flight. So their flight leadership needs to see what's routing for their students at any given time. So I have granted them individual access and I give them read only permissions so they cannot manipulate anything else in the list. So you may or may not have a purpose for this. And if you want to know what these different permissions do and what they mean, all right, if you go into my OneNote here, I put two hyperlinks. One is a Microsoft article and one is an article from SharePointDiary.com. They go in and they explain what those different permission levels mean and what they can or cannot do when you're viewing those. There's a comment, typically won't see certain admin or configuration options if you're not the owner of the team. Yes, that's correct. You do have to be the owner of the team in order to get to the back end of your Microsoft list. Just seems strange that I can't edit permissions, but I can delete the list. Yes, I absolutely agree with you. It's scary what we can do and cannot do as a member. But just sticking with the basics for today, that's a deeper security discussion for another time. So this is a way you can invite people. If you have this send an invitation, it will send them an email saying, hey, you've been granted access to this list. And then they'll have whatever permission levels that you have granted them. You also have the share with me option here on the left-hand side where you can share with different groups, all right? You can send an email to everyone. You have an advanced option, which I don't even mess with. But this is, I really just want to cover it on this training right here, how you break the permissions, because that's important when we get into Power Automate. Because the goal is that we're only going to allow people into our list that we either give access to or they've been selected in the routing. So if you're a shirt, for example, if you're a first sergeant, by default, if you're not an owner of this team, you won't be able to see everything on the list. But in the routing, if I select shirt, I want the shirt to be able to see whatever that list item is. We're going to do that in Power Automate. And we're also going to, in Power Automate, we're going to give the member who submitted the form, we're going to give them access to only what they have submitted. So just their specific list item. So we broke the permissions. We removed the visitor and the owners. It's saved. Everything is good to go. I'm going to go up here to the app launcher and then go back into my list. And I'm going to go into my list. So now we've broken the permissions, and that's essentially the last step when it comes to what we need to set permissions for and how our lists look. Remember, you can move these all over the place. We're going to get into Power Automate next, and we might just take a break and then go into Power Automate after about a 10-minute break. But there are other things that you can do, and I'll take the next 10 minutes to show you some of the stuff that you can do. You can format in here. You can use JSON. So if you want to format with JSON, you can do that. You could also group. So say right now I'm working this list and I'm like, I only want to work the things that show MFR. So there's a couple ways I can do it. I can click the drop down and I could say group by subject. And then what it does is it automatically creates those groups for me. So code 50, SEO requests. You can do it that way. That's one way to do it. I'm going to uncheck that. Another way is if I click the drop down, I can use the filter icon and I could say, I only want things that are leave requests. And it will only show you what's available currently in your list. So I'll click apply. All right, now these are all the things that say leave requests. So there's different ways to filter. You don't even have to go here if you don't want. You can click the filter icon up here. And then because I applied a filter to this list, it's showing that this is the filter right up here next to the subject. These are the filters that are currently being applied to this list. Somebody asked a question about how to show permissions for a folder. I'll do that during the break. If I want to remove this filter, I can go back in here and I can, by unchecking it here by clearing clear all. I also have the option to click this button over here, which clears all the filters, or I can one by one filter it here. And you can have multiple filters. So if I want to filter it by, let's say, leave requests, and then I see all these leave requests, and I'm like, I want to filter it also by just squadron. Now you can see up top, I have two filters that are applied. So I'm applying it by leave requests. I'm also applying it by what the start point is or who it's with by the squadron. I can uncheck these one by one, or I can say clear. If I click clear, it clears all of the filters simultaneously. Not to blow everybody's mind, but if you go into the back end on the SharePoint side of the house, you can actually set up your list that with filters automatically, so that when it comes into your list item or your list itself, it only shows those two. That's a discussion for another day. But right now, I have no filters in here. I want to talk about views also. Another way to do this, and this is how we operate in my unit, is let's say my commander, which I don't know if anybody has, there's an 09 in there, 02. Let's say I want to create a view for somebody else in the office, right? I can go to add view. I can name this view and I'll say CC for commander. I can create different types of views. I can use Kanban views, which is if you're familiar with Microsoft Planner or like Asana, like Trello and stuff like that, you can create a board view, a gallery view, and a calendar view. But the key to this is what I want to point out when you create a view is this little checkbox right here. By default, this checkbox is checked. So when I create this view, everybody that has access to this list will see this view that I'm creating. But if you want to create one that's just private for yourself and you got all kinds of filtering and formatting and everything else, you can just uncheck that box. But I'm creating this for my commander right now, so I'm going to click create. So when I click create, you see it creates this view right here. But I'm like, oh, I only want the commander to see things that are urgent. That's the only thing I want the commander to see. So I could come in here under routing and I could filter by if the commander's here, which they're not. Nobody selected commander because that wasn't an option on the form, but it is an option within the list. But maybe I'm like, I want him to see anything that is a urgent. All right. Then maybe I go, well, and then I also want him to see things that are sitting with CSS. So let's just say this was the view that I wanted my commander to see. I only want to see urgent things and only things sitting with CSS. You can apply all the filters that you want to apply, and then you just come back up here and click Save View or Save View As. If you don't, watch what happens. I'm not going to save this view. I'm going to click into All Items. Then I'm going to click back into CC. It removes all of those filters. So when you create a filter, so I'm just going to create one for time's sake, urgent. When you create a filter, if this is how you want this view to look, you must come up here and click either Save View or Save View As. I'm old school. I like to do Save View As. So now, since I did that, I can click out of it. I can click back in it, and it retains those filters that you put into that specific view. So good to know there, right? I like to number my views so that they stay in the same place every time, because I don't remember if it saves the views by alphabetical order or what order it saves it. But if you have lots of views up here, which I do on my routing list, they'll change if somebody adds a public view. So I like to name my views by 01 PC, 02 CSS, so that they always stay in a constant order for my views. So just something to think about. Other thing you can do, I'm going to do it in the all items, is let's say I want some color in here. I can go up to all items, select the drop down, go to format current view, and you're going to get two options here. You've got this list alternative rows, so kind of like Excel. And when you click on it, you see it's a live preview. I can edit this a little bit more. Click on the paint palette here, and maybe I want this color. So now every list item is alternating like that. Maybe that's what you want. I'm going to click this reset the default value. Maybe I don't like that, so maybe I'll uncheck that. So I want to make something specific to myself. So I'll come into this conditional formatting, and I'm going to click on add rule, and I'll say if the column, let's just say, let's use priority for an example. If the priority column, so the column itself, right, is equal to, and then the status value that I'm going to use, let's just say is normal, then I want you to change the color. I'm clicking on this color palette to yellow. And as you see, it's doing it live. So save. Then I can use the breadcrumbs here if I want. Let's see. I'm going to create another one. I'm going to add a rule. And when the priority column is equal to, let's see, these are question marks. I don't know why there's question marks in there. Urgent question mark. Then it's going to be like this red pinkish color. All right. So you can do some conditional formatting this way. Now I know I'm going to get the question. I usually get the question, can I do multiple layers of conditioning? All those question marks are emojis. That makes sense. You can do multiple layers, but usually it will only apply one layer. So you can't split this into two different colors. It's going to be one color. You can use some JSON formatting. So say you have a date for this date, right? And I only wanted to show me dates within a specific time. Well, you could come to the column settings, into the actual column settings themselves, how you would do this. You can group it by completion, but if you want more formatting, you could say format this column. You can use some conditional formatting and you can create different rules, but you see how it just messed up the colors? It's going to do that. So you have some conditional formatting. So when completion time, and you have some equals to and not equals to, just like you do in Excel, if you're formatting an Excel column, same concept, but it doesn't work as well as Excel does. So a lot of times what you have to do is you have to go into this advanced mode that's here on the bottom and then actually manipulate this code here. Now, I don't know anything about code, no code whatsoever. So a lot of times what I'll do is if I'm doing something like this, I'll use Copilot, right? Or some type of AI. And I'll be like, if I need a new chat, I will say, please create the JSON for formatting a column in MS List that if the date is older than 5 days, it turns the cells yellow, right? So then Microsoft's come up with this thing. Here's the code, right? Now I will tell you that this is a trial and error thing. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, right? So I can copy this code, which I just copied, come over here, I'll do a Control A, delete all that, paste it in there, and then you can preview it. And if it works, it'll change it. If it doesn't work, if that didn't work, go back to your Copilot and say, that didn't change anything. All right. And then what it'll do is, well, that didn't work. What about this JSON code? So I used to use a Microsoft list to track TFAT training. And this is what I did. I would create the different T-chats like cyber awareness and all that kind of stuff. And then it took me probably about 20 minutes of going back and forth with Copilot to say that didn't work or change this, it didn't change that. To eventually I finally got a JSON code that worked. And then it formatted that specific column in my list exactly the way I wanted. So you do have the, I'm just showing you this because you do have the ability to do individual type columns here to change different colors based off of different presets. Let me see, reset view. That didn't work. I'm just gonna go ahead and delete these rules. Now I have no rules applied to my list. It's T1048. When you manipulate list items, you have to double click into them. When you double click into them, it'll bring up just that list item and you can manipulate different things here. So where you look at, where is routing? Routing is right here. I can come in here, double click in there, and I can change this routing to whatever I want. And it's going to change it in my list. If you don't like where your items are on the left-hand side, you can come over here. I think it's, I always forget which one it is. Is it configure? You can edit the columns and you can move them around where you want. So if I want the routing up here and I want the subject here and the priority over here, right? And I can click save, then it moves those items around when you open up the specific list item itself. It's also going to be the view that when somebody else clicks their own list that they submit it and they have access to, it'll change their view for them too. So that's how it'll look there. You can do that. If you want to talk to somebody about a specific list item, you can copy the link to it. It'll create a link specific to just this list item. Then you can share it in Teams chat or a message or Outlook or whatever, right? And then it'll give them a hyperlink. As long as they have permissions, it'll give them access to this specific list item. If they don't have access to it, that's where I was saying you may want to use the @ feature and start typing your name in. And then when you tag them, they'll get an email. So that's another way that you can get them access to your list. If you don't like double clicking into your list item, which I don't, you can use the edit and grid view here on the very, very top, and then it makes it look like Excel. And what do I mean by that? Let's just say, I'm going to scroll down. Let's just say I don't like these last two sitting routing with me. Now, instead of it opening up, I can just double click into that and I can change it, right? So maybe I want to change who this is with, and I want to change it to the UMD. So instead of it actually opening up the whole list item, I'm editing it in the grid view. And then if you want to get out of this grid view, you just say exit grid view and it goes right back to its normal view.
Yeah, Josh is fine. I was
Okay,
gonna
great,
say
Josh.
I play with lists quite a bit, but I have been missing a way. Is there a way to automatically fix your column width to
Yes,
show everything?
yes. So, well, there is, and there's some limited ways to do it. So
Hmm.
like right now, my column widths are whatever they are, right? But if I come up here to all items, they're all on auto height right now. You can
Mm-hmm.
do compact list, which shortens it down quite a bit. Or you can do lists. And it really depends on the data that's in the cells.
Oh, okay.
So like a lot of times, like for this background field, people will type a paragraph or two in there because it's necessary, right?
Mhm.
And depending on the view that you have, it'll eat up most of the screen because my column width is so small. So that's one way to do it. If the other way to do it is it's just like in Excel, you can drag. You can drag one way. This is what kills me about Microsoft. I can drag one way almost as far as I want to, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I cannot drag to the left as far as I want. There is a limit. So like I can take it and then it stops. That's as
Yeah.
small as this field will get. And that's a little bit of annoying, especially when I have smaller fields like rank. So
Yeah.
that's what I'll do is I'll shorten these down as much as I can. And then after you shorten them, you must come up here
Save view.
and do save view as, because if you don't, it's not going to save it.
Okay, right on. All right, thanks,
Does
man.
that help?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, doing the save view as is one of those things where if you're new to list, or even if you've been in list for a while, you're like, why isn't everything? Why do I got to keep manipulating my list every single time? And it's because you got to go ahead and save that view. If you look at the agenda, we've knocked out everything except for this right here, Power Automate. This is probably why most of you are here. All right. And this is the part where I start to lose people. And that's why this is going to be recorded. And it's also why when you click on the Power Automate page, that there is a step-by-step guide on how to do everything that we're about to do. So if you don't remember, you can watch the video once it's posted, or you can come into these notes. And how do we get to the OneNote? And it'll be here in the OneNote. So the easiest way to get to the OneNote if you're part of the team is when you go to our team, which I thought I was in, right? Go to the channel, 27 March, create your own routing. Right here in the very top, there is a notes section. And then you can click on the little books over here. Then you can make sure you're in 27 March, you're in Power Automate. And then I think what I'll do, if enough, because I know there's people on different tenants, so sometimes the access is kind of goofy getting to things. But maybe what I'll do is export these to a PDF, and then I'll be able to, yeah, if I'm getting thumbs up, then I'll be able to share the PDF, and then you'll be able to share the PDF. So if that's something that people want, then I'll do that. It may not be today. Maybe I'll do it on Monday. This is technically my down day. This is a volunteer thing I'm doing right now. But probably on Monday, I'll export everything to a PDF, and then I can send it out via email. I can put it in Teams. I can do all those kind of things. You're welcome. Glad you like the notes. I spent about 10 hours doing them. I usually don't make notes. Anybody that knows that I don't make notes. I like to make videos so you can watch the video and play the video. So I'm not really a notes person unless it's for me when I'm doing these presentations. So where we are, and I have my notes, you can open the notes in you can open the notes in the OneNote desktop application if you choose, or in a browser. It's completely up to you, or in Teams. So Microsoft Power Automate has essentially 3 ways to get to it, but unlike lists and unlike forms and SharePoint, they're not created equal. So we're going to use the web version because the web version will be able to do everything that I want it to do. You can create and manipulate flows through Teams, but it doesn't do everything you want it to do either. And you can use the desktop. So there is a desktop version. Let me pull this over here. This is the desktop version of Power Automate that you can get. But when you look at your flows, which I'll get to in a minute, you'll see that anything that you create on the web does not show up on the desktop version. And I believe it's the same way if you reverse that too. So you do have, if it doesn't show up when you go to your start menu in all your apps, which you probably won't, all you do is type in the word Power Automate and you'll click on it and it'll install. It'll ask you to log in. And when you log in, it's probably going to deny you logging in the first time. Click to try again, and usually you get in the second or third time. So there is a desktop version of it. I did have some flows. I removed them because they weren't working like I wanted to, because the web version is the most robust. Now, I did say that there is a version in Teams. And let me go back in there. I don't even know if it shows up. So there's this workflows that you can pin. So let me add that real quick. So you can get to a version of Power Automate. It's not called Power Automate in the Teams application. It's called Workflows. I don't know why, but you'll see a lot of your workflows here that you created in the web. And you can also create some flows here. But I will caution you, because it doesn't show all of them and you can't really interact everywhere you want to go. You do have a create and you have a chat. So I really don't recommend that you access Power Automate through workflow either, because you're going to be limited as to what you can do. So how are we going to do it? Well, we're going to use the web version. And just like in List and just like in Microsoft Forms, there's 2, generically speaking, primary ways to create flows. What is a flow? Is what Microsoft calls what's going to run to do your automation. So we create flows within Power Automate. If you're older, before it was called Power Automate, Microsoft called this program Microsoft Flows, and then they rebranded it a couple years ago to Power Automate. And what you create in Power Automate is a flow. That's all you need to know. But you can follow along here. I'm going to do my best to follow the steps step by step so that I don't confuse you. That's my goal. I may go off on a tangent like I always do, and I apologize for that. All right. So let me pull up, let me drag this over here. And we're going to start out where we always should start out. and that's with our homepage on the web browser that has all of our applications. So if you look down here, there is something called Power Automate, Power BI, and Power Apps. It's very confusing a lot because these three applications people call Power Apps altogether. They'll say, use the Power Apps to do what you want. Yes, but there actually is an app called Power Apps where you can develop applications within the environment. Power BI is an analytical tool, and then there's Power Automate. We're going to use Power Automate. So I'm going to right click on Power Automate and I'm going to open in new because I'm a tabs guy. Some GWiz information if you are a tabs person and you're like, well, why can't I just keep everything together? Well, you can. If I click on this tab, use the shift key, highlight them all, right click and say, where's it at? Add tabs to a new group. And I can name this and I could say, this is all SharePoint. I could even give it a different color if I want. Now I can just click on here where it says SharePoint, shrink those all down. So if you have hundreds of tabs and you didn't know this was available, I'm teaching you now. You can group all of your tabs into different things. And then if you want to see those pages again, you can get to them here, or you can double click it and open up your tabs. You can also remove individual tabs from them. You can duplicate them. There's all kinds of other things you can do, but that might save you space on your screen if you're limited on screen space. So we're going to be in Microsoft Power Automate. Microsoft Power Automate by default looks at your license in 365. So that's why it says, hello, Brad, and I am operating it's what's called the default environment. So this is the default environment. You have multiple ways of doing things like in everything in Microsoft. You can use the My Flows, you can use Create, you can use templates. You could come down here and look at templates to start off your flows. There's different ways to do it. By default, most people will come in here and click on the My Flows. And that's perfectly fine. You can create a flow in My Flows. And when you create a flow in My Flows, and you'll see that I've got lots of them. All right. And I click on the show more. I can keep scrolling. So I've got tons and tons of flows, right? You can create them this way. When you create a flow this way, you are the owner of the flow and nobody else will be able to go in and edit or change your flow unless you add them as a co-owner, which you can add multiple co-owners. So I'll just show that real quick. I'm going to click edit, or you can double click on the name of the flow. Either way, it doesn't matter. So just recently, within the last, 2 months, I want to say, it has changed to this new designer mode. Well, I've been creating flows for years, and I am not used to this new designer mode. I'm trying to force myself to get used to it when I create new ones. But so I always click the radio toggle button up here, and it says, hey, we're going to switch back to the classical view. I can switch without saving, or I can save and switch. This time I'm going to click switch without saving, and I've noticed that it is very slow. Now, something you have to understand about Power Automate. Power Automate is a very slow application. And the reason it's a slow application is because it looks across other applications when you create flows. So that's why it takes so long. So when you switch, you see what it's doing. It's asking me for my feedback. I don't want to give it feedback right now. I've already done it multiple times. It takes me to the actual flow itself, but I want to go back real quick. So this is the old home screen, like the classic view of your Microsoft Flows. And then what you'll see here on the right hand side, it says co-owner and all this kind of stuff, right? So if I click on set primary owner, when you create a flow on My Flows, you cannot change this owner. You can try, you're going to get an error, but I can add co-owner. So if I say share, I can add all of you, and then you would have access to this flow, and you would be able to come in here and you'd be able to manipulate it, change things, work on it, whatever it is you want to do. I would still be the owner. You all would be the co-owner. Now, let's say Brad says, I'm done with this and I don't want to work anymore. When I leave, eventually, when my license gets removed from my profile, you would not be able to come in here and change who the owner is. You may not even be able to change the flow itself. So when I teach my Microsoft 365 basic course, this is how we build a flow. and that's the only way I teach it. If you do decide to build a flow using my flows, you can import your flow into what's called a solution. How I'm going to, and you see it on the left-hand side here, the word solution. How I'm going to synonymize solution, is this the same thing as team or group that Microsoft talks about in a Microsoft list and a Microsoft form? It's not 100% like it, but that's the easiest way to explain it. So for the purpose of this class, we are not going to create flows in my flows. We are going to create our flows in a solution. So we have to create a solution, and I'm going to walk through it step by step. So what I'm going to do is, well, and you're going to say, Brad, why should I create a solution? Because when you create a solution, you could change the owner, and you can actually build quasi folders to group your solutions in. So let me go to solutions. And like I said, Power Automate is a little bit slower to load because it's a way more robust program than Microsoft Lists and Microsoft Forms is. So that's why it takes a little bit. And I'm running a webinar screen sharing on a VPN, so it's going to take a little bit longer. All right. So I forgot that was in there. I'm going to show you how this solution works for our unit. So I'm going to do a filter by real quick. I'm going to apply this filter. So we have created multiple solutions, or another way to think about this is a filing cabinet that you can store all of the flows that you are going to create. So we've created multiple filing cabinets so that we can store our flows in specific areas. So that way, if we want to change something or we want to edit something or create a new one, we've created all of these different types of filing cabinets / solutions to categorize our flows. So I usually operate in the CSS one, and there's a ton of flows in that CSS one. But what we're going to do is we're going to actually create a solution for today. So I'm just going to get out of it. I can clear this, but I think it always gives me a hard time. Let me see. Clear filter. Clear filter it. And there is a solution here that has a date in here because this is what I was using in the practice. But I'm going to create a brand new solution, and you can do it along with me if you want. So what we're going to do is we're up on the very top here where there's a new button that says new solution. I'm going to click on new solution, and it's going to say display name. So what I'm going to do is, because I like emojis, and I can't remember if I can use an emoji here or not, I'm going to create an emoji. I'm going to say Brad routing solution. Now notice when I type in here this Brad routing solution, and I always like to put my emojis in the front and back in Power Automate, it says the name is this, it takes all the spaces out, and that's how it creates your solution. Well, you also have to select a publisher. So if you click the drop down, there's all these units to include ours, here's ours, 3TRS, that has a publisher. So when you do this, if you're building the product and you have been building the product within your team, I recommend you use your team when you create it. I'm just going to create one for today. I'm going to create new publisher. When I create new publisher, it's asking me for a display name. So I'm going to show you this, Brad routing. So that works. But I think if I remember correctly, if I put a number in here, oh no, it kept it. One of these, it doesn't like a number. So I'm going to use Brad routing as a display name. Okay, Brad routing. You put my emoji. I'm just basically just mimicking the previous screen. And then name, I'm just going to do the same thing. I believe if you put a number in front of one of these, it doesn't like it. Maybe it's the prefix. In the description, I'm just going to put Brad routing publisher. You can put anything in here. It doesn't really matter. And then for the prefix, I just stuck numbers in there. So on the prefix, it's very specific. It will only let you put certain things in the prefix. If you go to my notes, it says for the prefix, it must be 2 to 8 characters long, consists of only alphanumeric, must start with a letter, cannot be this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take that out. I don't think I can put an emoji in here, can I? Nope, can't put an emoji in here. So I'm just going to say Brad 26 MAR, 26 March. So 2 to 8 characters. It creates this value down here. Don't really need it for what we're going to do today. If you get into Power Apps and some other things, that may become a factor. But all we're doing is just trying to create a solution. So we put this default information in here. Save, it says invalid characters. All right, so I did that intentionally. You cannot use emojis in here. That's sad because I like to use emojis for everything, right? So I'm just going to fix that real quick. Click save. What's it saying now? I don't think I have a space. This is very particular, and I'm showing you so you see how much of a pain it is sometimes. So it saved everything, and now I'm able to create a solution. So I click create. Now, why do we go through all that? That's so you have your own filing cabinet for your own unit, so you can start creating flows in. And so you don't create your flows under my flow, you're creating your flows so that other people can help you too, right? So it's taken a second to build on the back end. And then by default, you see that it took me straight into my solution right here. So it took me right into that. I'm just going to copy that. It took me right into there. But if you were on the home page, you're like, Brad, how do I get to my solutions? There's a question. Is there a question? Go ahead.
Quick question for that. If we've already created flows that are working, and I didn't realize that if I was to leave, then if I was to lose that account, can I transfer all the stuff that I've created in my flows to solutions and have them still work?
I'm going to cover different ways on how to share solutions, but to answer your question, or I'm sorry, to share your flows. But to answer your question, here, I'm going to show you. So once I come into solutions here, I'm going to click the drop down because I want to go to mine, filter by. I'm going to paste that in there, click apply, and now it finds my solution. So I'm going to come into my solution, and then to answer your question, sir, if you've already created flows, you have this app here. So add existing, it's usually going to fall under automation. A lot of times it's a cloud flow, and it's going to bring you to this screen here. Now, depending on your environment, you're going to get certain options here. So right now it's saying flows from Dataverse, which if you have a premium license to Power App, this is probably where it's going to be. All right. And then you'll see other stuff that's in here. But if I want to look at my specific flows that I created under my flow, if you click on outside Dataverse, these are all my flows now. These are just my flows. So these are all flows that I created under the my flow option. So if I want, and I didn't know about solutions when I first started creating flows, I had probably about 100 flows. And I was like, what is this solutions thing? So I Googled it. I was like, oh, I need to do that in case for the same reasons you gave, sir. So I just imported all of my flows into different solutions depending on where they belonged. And when you import a solution, then you get the option to change the owner. So you can remove yourself as the owner, put somebody else as the owner, and now your flow continues on. That's one way. Does that partially answer your question, sir?
Yes, it does. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. All right. So that's how you change ownership and you keep continuity going in your unit and you don't create single point of failure, which is something that I absolutely hate. All right. So we are right here where we just finished up creating a solution, and now we are going to get to work using the products that we've already created today. We are going to create our first flow that connects the form and the list without attachments. We're going to do this first, and I do this intentionally. And then once we create that flow and I show you how it works, then I'm going to show you how to edit the flow so that when you have an attachment field and somebody adds an attachment, the attachment will actually go, because by default, it does not. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to create our first flow. So when we create our first flow, what we're going to do is we're in our solution, and we know we are because it says right here, we're in our solution. You should be in yours if you created one. Now we have different options across the top here. So we're going to click the drop down for new, and you see you got all kinds of things that you can create. Not going to get into those today. We're going to get into automation. And when you get into automation, you have different types of flows that you can create. We're going to create a cloud flow because we're creating this in the web version, so in the cloud version of Power Automate. And then you have 3 types of flows that you can create here. We're going to stick with this top one for right now, automate, right? So when I click on the automate, it's going to give it a second. The window's going to pop up and say, oh, Brad, give your flow a name. So you can give your flow a name, whatever you want. What I recommend, and hear me out, what I recommend is if you haven't been using emojis yet, you should start. So I'm going to give my flow, I'm going to stick with the clover here, right? And then you're going to give your flow a name. Now, I have a very forgetful mind. And once you, and it may not seem this way today, you're going to go, wow, Power Automate can be exhausting. Yes, it can. But once you see the things that it can do for you, so you don't have to manually do the work, you're going to start going into things like the Gen AI and Copilot and everything else. You're going to say, this is what I want to do. Help me create a flow so it's all automated on the back end. Creating flows. And if you're a Power Automate user here today, right, give me a thumbs up if Power Automation becomes addictive. Anyone? Yep. Yes, it becomes very addictive. Once you start learning to automate, you're in here all the time trying to figure out how to make your life easier. All right. Oh, yes. So I have hundreds of flows. If you use an emoji that is a visual reference to the type of flow you are creating, you can actually sort your flows by that emoji, and it's way easier to find your flows. And that'll make sense later on. And you have multiple owners? No, you can only have one owner. Everybody else is a co-owner. So I'm using the Shamrock here, right? Because I want to be able to find this flow later on. And I'm going to name this flow and I'm going to spell it out. This is my routing form, or you could put MS form results push to my Microsoft list. So what this is telling me, you can name it whatever you want. This tells Brad that what this flow does is it takes the results from my Microsoft form, my routing form, and it puts the answers into my Microsoft list that we've been working on earlier this morning. That's how I like to name my flows. And then it's asking for a trigger. So what a trigger is something that Power Automate is going to use to initiate and start your flow. So for this example, I know it is this top one right here when it says when a new response is submitted in my Microsoft form. So when I select this, I'm essentially saying Power Automate is going to watch my Microsoft form. It's going to keep watching it all day long, all night long, 24/7. And when somebody hits the submit button on that form, it's going to activate and run this flow. So I'm going to select that button, and then you see I get the create. So when I get create, hopefully it takes me into the classic versions. Yes, it did. Depending on if you create flows in my flow, it'll take you to the new version. And if you like that version, that's fine. But I think right now, if you create it under a solution, it uses the classic version, not the new designer for your flow. So what you're staring at on the screen right now is this is the trigger. It says when a new response is submitted, this is the first thing it's doing. And then you have this field here that says form ID. And if you click the drop down, I have to foot stop this because you will ask me this question later. The only Microsoft forms that it will pull up in this list are forms that you have created under my forms, not the forms you created under the group/teams. So these are all forms that I've created. We have to, I said this in the very beginning, do a workaround in order for it to see the form that we're talking about. And this is how you do that. So where is my form? That's it right here. So this is my form that I built earlier. It's mine because I renamed it. It has my emojis in the whole 9 yards. I need to get what's called the form ID, the form identification that says this is the form. There's lots of ways to do it. You can click up here and everything past the design ID, past the equal sign, right? The problem is people, when they copy this up here in the web browser, they will copy the rest of this stuff here by accident and not know why their flow isn't working. So I don't like to teach that way. You can come in here to collect responses. It's the same thing here. It lives after the equal sign, so you can copy it all right here. Notice it doesn't have that false equal ID thing there, so you can copy it that way. Or what I like to do a lot of times, so I make sure that it is a clean copy and paste, is I'll select the short URL, I'll copy the link, and then I'll go into a new tab and I will paste and go. So now it's opening up my form from the end user perspective, right? So you see how it's from the end user perspective. And then I'll come up here to the address bar, put my cursor right after the equal sign, highlight it all, And you can actually select all that right there and it'll do it, but it actually stops right here at the CU. But I'm just going to show you that it works. I'm just going to go copy. I'm going to go back into my trigger, select the drop down, and on the very bottom is this enter custom value. So you go into here, enter custom value, and then I use the shortcut keys, Control V to paste it in there. That is how you get the form ID for your form. We're going to use it one more time. So what this is doing is this is the trigger. It's saying, hey, Brad, what do you want me to pay attention to start this automation, this flow that you want me to do? I say, well, I want you to watch this form. And every time somebody hits submit on this form, I want you to run it. Like, great. So now it knows what form to watch. So I'm going to click on next step. On the next step, you've got, it says choose an operation. You've got this search bar up here, right? I know from experience that what I need to do is I need to find something related to Microsoft Forms. So I'm going to type the word form up here in the search bar. And when I type the word form up here in the search bar, I got all these actions. This is Dataverse. There's Microsoft Forms. There's Outlook, OneDrive, SharePoint. So to shorten your list, once you type the word form up here, you see that Forms pops up. So if you click on the word forms, now it's only going to show you actions that are associated with Microsoft Forms. So there's only two here. And I know from experience, the one that I want to choose is this one, get response details. So I'm going to choose get response details. And when I do, it adds this action box, get response details. Now, let's say I'm just going to pause right here and show you some tips and tricks. Let's say you watch the video next week and you're like, man, Brad was going through Power Automate and I can't remember what. You're like, no problem, right? This one, I'm going to click on this top one and I'm going to click on the ellipsis right here, the 3 dots. You could rename this whole thing, right? Which I'm going to do that. I'm going to say trigger. You don't have to do any of this. I'm just showing you. Trigger, okay? And if that's not enough, you can add a note. You can say, this is the trigger. I need to move form results into a Microsoft list. So now you see there's a little note here. What I recommend, and you people that use Power Automate, please back me up on this, okay? I recommend that when you first start getting into Power Automate, you make it a habit of at least putting a note in here. And if you're building, once you start to get more experience and you start to build really high speed flows, I recommend you put a note in there. Not just for you, but if somebody's like, oh man, that is a really cool flow you have, can you share it with me? Well, when you share it with them, they may not understand what any of these actions and triggers are doing. So if you put a note in here, it's for the layman purposes, oh, that's what this particular action does. Got it. So I recommend getting in the habit to go ahead and make these notes. So get response details. So this is the trigger I need to move results into Microsoft list. But I'm actually going to change that. I'm going to change it that it says this trigger grabs the results from the Microsoft form. I'm sorry, this trigger, that's not correct. This trigger watches for someone to hit submit on the Microsoft form. That's what this trigger is doing. Let's go down to get details. I'm going to go ahead and make a note right off the bat. I'm going to come in here and I'm going to make a note. I'm going to say this action grabs the results from the form and holds onto them. I need additional actions to do something with the results. And I cannot type, as you all see. So I like to pause here. This first one is the trigger. It's watching the form, waiting for somebody to hit submit. And then this next action, when somebody hits submit, it goes to the Microsoft form and it grabs all of the answers to those questions. And if it has an attachment, it doesn't do that in this step, but it grabs all the answers to your form. We have to fill this in. It says form ID. If you notice, form ID and form ID, it needs the exact same thing. So if you've been working on something else and you've done a whole bunch of copy and paste, you can just come back up here, copy it, paste it, or I go to custom value. I'm sorry, I just screwed that up. Enter custom value, paste it in there. So that way it knows what form to grab those results from and hold on to. Now, the next thing is this response ID. This is where we get into something called dynamic content. When you click into this box right here, it opens up another window. It opens up this blue box right here. This is called dynamic. I call it the dynamic content box, but you can do dynamic content or you can do expressions. If you're somebody that knows expressions from Excel and all that kind of stuff, you're high speed. I don't know any code whatsoever. I am a no code kind of guy. It opens up this dynamic box. Let me explain what this is doing. The dynamic content box looks at everything above that action. So above this action is the form results. And right now, for the response ID, the only option it gives me is the response ID. What that is saying is this. Every time somebody hits submit on your form, Microsoft assigns a number to it. That's the ID number. That number is incremental. So every single time somebody hits submits, that next number that's assigned to it is the next highest number. That's what this response ID is. I'm just going to click in there and it adds the response ID dynamic content automatically when it gets the response details. Just stay with me. I know this is confusing to some people. Just stay with me. What I like to do at this point is I like to save my flow. So you can either click save down here or you can click save up here. So I'm going to click save. You'll notice up here it says saving, and Power Automate is slower. It does take longer to save flows. So it's still saving. I did this intentionally. It's saying that there's something wrong with my flow. And I'm going to tell you what's wrong with it is at the end here, it doesn't need everything after this and symbol. So that's why I showed you more than one way to get the address. So I'm going to fix that, hit save. And now it says saved up there. Sometimes you'll get a little green bar that comes across that says your flow is saved. You can test it. But we're not far enough into this flow yet for it to actually do that. So now it's saved. If there was any errors, it would pop up, or a lot of times there would be this red dot that shows up here by the flow checker. And you can click on flow checker and it'll tell you whether something is an error or a warning. Errors you have to fix, warnings you don't for your flows to work. But right now it said saved, everything is good to go. So now we're going to go to the next step is click on next step. And I know from experience what the next step is. We're watching the form to hit submit. Power Automate grabs the results of those forms. And now we need to tell it where to put it. Well, for this case, we want to put it into a Microsoft list. Now, I don't know if you remember me saying it or not, but a Microsoft list is a SharePoint list. So the best thing to do is just type in the word SharePoint, and then you'll get options. Because unless they fix this, if you type in the word lists, you get all kinds of things. You do get the SharePoint option here, which that didn't happen a long time ago, but I still forced to have it. I know it's a SharePoint list. I see SharePoint as an option right here. So I'm going to click on SharePoint, and now it's only going to give me options for actions for SharePoint and SharePoint only. So what we're going to do for this one is we're going to scroll down a little bit and see what we get right here to create item. Because I know from experience that in order to take results from a Microsoft list, put it in a form into a list, we need create item. So we create item. That adds another action. What am I going to do? I'm going to add notes, right? I'm going to add, where's my notes? Let's see. Oh, add note. This action tells PA, that's Power Automate, where to put the results from the form, which is into my list. In this box, you see we've got two things here. We've got site address and we have list name. The site address, I'm going to click the drop down. When you click the drop down, give it a second. It's going to load, right? All this is saying is, okay, Brad, what I need you to do is I need you to tell me in what team did you put this list? So I know what list I'm putting the answers from your form into. Well, I know it was in the digital Brad training one, right? So that's the team/group where this list lives. When I do that, you don't see it. It's happening in the back end, but it's refreshing this SharePoint list name right here so that when I click the drop down, these are all of the lists that I have created in that team. Now, this is where you get to see why emojis help you out. If this was just all text, I would be scrolling through all kinds of text, because if you notice, they're not necessarily in alphabetical order. Well, they're not at all, right? So if you have a whole bunch of lists that you're using in your team, it's a pain in the butt every time you do an action to scroll and find it. But if you use emojis, like I do, I'm just looking for that shamrock emoji so I can scroll through it really fast. Go, oh, there's the shamrock emoji. That's the list that I want. So I click on that. Now, give it a second, and this action is going to populate like you just saw it do. This is what it did. Because I told it where my list lives, and then I told it exactly what list I wanted to put my form answers into, what it did is on the left-hand side is it put the column headers of my Microsoft list. So everything that is going across the top here for my Microsoft list is showing up on the left-hand side of this action. So if you make your question very long, it's not only going to make the header in your list long, it's going to make the left-hand side, it's going to make them long too. And if you have lots of things that look the same, it's sometimes hard to figure out what we're trying to do in the very next step. So on the left-hand side is all of those column headers. They're the same as my form questions, and they're the same as my list column headers. As you see, it's pointing where it needs to go. See this title one right here? That title one, if we didn't remove that ID/title column after we imported our form into Microsoft List, why is it stopping my recording? Give me 1 second, people, I'm sorry.
Seems to be recording still on our end.
Oh, that's so weird.
4 hours and 30 minutes.
I just had a notice show up because I'm logged in on a personal account on a different screen, and it said recording stopped, saving recording. But I do show that it's still recording. I just want to make sure that we're still recording. All right. So sorry. So this title, if we wouldn't have gone in and hidden that first column, this title screen would have a red asterisk next to it saying that in order to make this flow work in this action, you are required to put something in there. And that's where I was saying earlier this morning, I've had all kinds of issues with flows and different actions because if I didn't remove that first column that Microsoft creates, it will create problems for your flows. So now you understand why we removed that default first column in our Microsoft list a couple hours ago. So now there's nothing required in there. I don't need to do anything. So what we're about to do, and I'm going to go step by step, is we're about to match the answers of your question in Microsoft Forms to where we want those answers of each question to go into your Microsoft list using dynamic content. So I do use the completion time. When you click in the box completion time, I like to use the search box for my dynamic content, and I type the word time. So if you remember, we had a start and a stop time in the list. I hid those in the list. If you use this submission time in this column right here, completion time, that's where it gets it from. Puts it in right there. Next thing we're going to do is priority. Well, we do have a priority question. Now you have the option of scrolling until you find priority, or I just like to start typing the first couple letters and you'll see it shortens your list. So again, what this is doing is it's saying the form responses, get response details. So this action above it. So the details, the answers to the questions that Microsoft is holding on to, this flow is holding on to right now, I want you to take the answer to the priority question and put it into the priority column in my Microsoft list. So what I'm going to do is, I'm going to start matching this. So if you remember, I changed the name of that column to starting point because it was too long. But if I just type the word start, that's the actual question in the form. So what I'm just going to do is I'm just going to match this dynamic content real quick for you all. Because subject is a choice in our Microsoft list, it pulls up all of those choices. Well, if you select one of these, every single time somebody submits your form, regardless of what they selected for the subject, it's going to put that one in there. So you don't want that. So you just click on enter custom value, come over here to your dynamic content. I'm going to type the word subject and move that in there. Background. See, I'm just going to, let's see, I'm going to use that one. And then routing, same thing, enter custom value. I can't spell routing. For my purposes, I don't care about the start time. This email and this name on the left-hand side, those were the default columns that Microsoft created in the form that I hid in the lists. And then I could come down here and I could put in here select wing and group, and I can match those two. But if I just want to use the one column, which is what I did, right? When I put a routing, is it routing? Where's it at here? Oh, start point. I can actually put more than one type of dynamic content answer in there. So I can say group and I could say wing. So anytime when somebody on my form selects the answers for group and or wing, it's going to go into this start point column. So I'm just putting them all right here. And as you see, when you guys filled out the Microsoft form, some of you did select wing, some of you did select group. I don't need two more columns that say group point and wing point. I want them all just to go into this one column. And that's why I added multiple dynamic content answers to this one specific box. Does that make sense? Is anybody confused on that? Moving right along. So I'm not going to put anything else in here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to click save. And I always cross my fingers when I hit save in Power Automate, because sometimes you're like, it just doesn't work and you got to resave it. All right. So it did save. You saw save go across the top. I don't have any red bubbles up here that say I have any errors. What I would like to do is we're going to take another 10-minute break. But before we do, I just want to reiterate what we just did. We found the ID for our form, plugged it in here so that this first step up here, this flow is going to constantly watch that Microsoft form, constantly. And then we created an action that says when somebody hits submit on that form, I want you to go ahead and grab all of those answers. So that's what this step is doing. It's literally holding the answers in midair. It's not going to do anything with them until we tell it what to do with them. And that's what we did with this last action. We said, what I want you to do is take those answers, put them into my Microsoft list that I created, and then we match the answers with the column headers in our Microsoft list using dynamic content. So let's go ahead and pause right here. I've already hit save. Hopefully you hit save too. If you're not getting dynamic content in your pop-up, it's because your address right here for your form ID is incorrect, because this works off of looking at everything above it. So this action is watching this trigger. So it looks at everything above it for dynamic content. So it's probably because your address is incorrect. And the way to find that address, if you remember, I got to go to the right thing now. That's the actual form. Where is the actual? Here it is. So when you go into your Microsoft form, if you go to collect responses, I got a thumbs up, so you found it. That's good. I'm just going to reiterate. It's everything past this equal sign. And if you grab it from here, it's clean. You don't have to take anything out of it from right there. So I'm guessing the thumbs up is once you plug that in for your trigger and for your response, you start to see dynamic content, correct? Here's the thing I'll tell you, and this is the goofy thing about Power Automate. Sometimes if you had that error where you said you're not getting dynamic content to pop up, because it looks off the item above it, you sometimes have to delete this action and even this action, start all over with pasting the correct address in there. Not all the time, just sometimes, and that is very aggravating. I'm going to see if I can answer some of these questions. With the create file, I input the site address, but my other options are different than yours. Well, they're going to be different depending on how your list looks. So, and how your form looks. So let me go back in there. So this create item, and it's looking at my list to see what I have going across the top. So depending on what your column headers are, it's going to depend on what is showing up over here on the left-hand side. Does that make sense?
I saw a problem. So at the top, when you put the site address and you use the drop down option to select digital brads and 365 training. So I selected that, but I did not get list name option. Like it didn't populate.
Did you create your list under the Digital Brad team? Or did you create it under your team? What's the name of yours?
It's a multi-part, I think I said it.
What is it? I'm sorry. It's hard to hear you.
It's emoji face and it says Shyla's routing system with 27 March 26 on it.
There it is right there.
Yes.
You're saying it's not showing up for you?
No. I don't even, the option that says list name is not populating at all. So it has site address and then it has folder path, file name, file content.
Oh, you selected the incorrect item. So I think, so when you, let me go in here. When you go to add this action, it took me a second to figure out what you were saying. Now I got you. So you have all these options here. You selected the incorrect one. You have to select create item. So what you'll have to do is you'll have to, if you click on the three dots, you can select delete. You can delete that action that you chose and then click on next step. And then you have to make sure you select on the create item. Did you find it?
That's the option. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. All right, I see the next question up here. Do you happen to know if you could just change your environment to your team and create flows from there? Have that option, just not sure if it works to put the flows under the team. So I'm going to be 100% completely honest with you, okay? I was pulling that up in solutions. That's the first time that I've seen that. So I don't know if that's a recent change. Normally, I don't get into Power Automate to my solutions that way because I couldn't in the past. So I don't know the answer to that question. And I will say this, I'm going to play around with that later on. Because if you can, that's great, but I'm not 100% sure. All right, next question is, do all of the advanced parameters have to be added in order for the automate the list? Or if you use one, i.e. submission time, it will bring all the data over. So basically how I understand that question is do you have to fill all of these blocks? You absolutely do not, because you have to understand what Power Automate is doing. All Power Automate and what this specific flow is doing is it's watching the form, you create it, it's grabbing the answers to the form, and then it's putting them somewhere that you want them to be put. So if you don't put anything in any of these blocks, it's not going to put anything into your Microsoft list. Now, this is a funny thing. Somebody asked me this question once. Let's say like rank, right? Let's say I accidentally chose name and I chose first name. So if I was to save this and then test my flow, it's going to take that person's name and it's going to put it in the rank column of my Microsoft list. I don't know why you would ever want to do that. That just seems silly to me. But it will only give you the answers from the form and put them where you tell it to put it. Hopefully that answers your question. And I need to fix that before I forget. I need to save. Any other questions before we start? Because it is 12:05. Okay. There's a reason why I break the Power Automate block down into two things. Could show you how to create the flow from start to finish that does everything you wanted to do for routing. The problem is you won't have any understanding when you're working on your routing system and something breaks or it doesn't work, you won't have a basis of knowledge. So there is a method to Brad's madness. And I know the Power Automate people are like, Brad, you can do all kinds of things in this flow. You're absolutely correct. But I'm going to just pause this flow right here because I want people to see incrementally how things work. Okay. I have saved this flow. When you save your flow, let's say this is the end of your flow. You don't have anything else that you're going to add on to it. You really should sit and then test it. Okay. When you test your flow, you're going to come up here to the very far right and you're going to click the word tests. Now, because nobody has submitted a form since I created this flow, I do not have this second option here that says automatically.
Hello.
So yes. Did you have something, Sergeant Riley? Okay. Because I have not, nobody submitted answers to my form, I have to do what's called the manual test. So I click on the manual and I come down here to test, and then what it's going to do is you'll see at the very top here, it says, to see it work now, submit a new response to the selected form, okay? Then it's going to have this little running icon until somebody submits an answer to my form. So
They don't have the templates on the desktop version.
hot mic, Sergeant Riley, hot mic, unless you got a question.
Like you just have to not use a template. Be possible. Just telling it what to do. Like every time you hit flag, it would take over and then.
All right, so I muted him. All right. So this is going to keep spinning until we actually do something, okay? Like is my form, right? It should be in the chat. Let me see. Here, I'll just re-grab it. Hold on. That'll make it easier for everybody. I'm going to re-grab this URL right here, copy. Okay, I'm going to paste in our chat here. What I would like everybody to do, or at least some of you anyway, is I would like you to go ahead and go to the form and fill it out. And I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to fill it out. So I'm going to go to my form. This one, I'm going to say it's hi. I'm going to be an E1 this time. My last name is going to same, but I'm going to use a different emoji this time. I'm going to use right here. You don't have to use emojis. It's just something I'm doing. Brad, my email in here. Next, I'm going to select whatever this, I'm going to select UTM. Background, remember I said when I'm testing my flows, I like to use timestamps in my flows. So that's what I'm going to do. This is the 27th of March at, looks like 12:09. I'm going to submit this. I'm not going to do upload files yet because it ain't going to work. Click on next squadron, next, and I'm going to route it to MTLs. I'm going to submit my form. So when I submit my form, I run over here real quick, and I didn't click over here fast enough. That's how fast it ran. That's how fast from the time I said submit until the time that this flow ran. It ran so fast. It said your flow ran successfully, and you'll see there's these little green check marks saying that each stage of my flow did run successfully. That is what you are hoping for. All right. You want it to run successfully. Okay. If I go to my list, I just have to refresh my page, and then let's see. See, use emojis. I know exactly where my entry is. This is my entry right here with the little thunderstorm cloud. So now you see that everything that was taken from the Microsoft form was put into my Microsoft list. I can look at it here. I can double click into it and open up just that list item itself, and I can scroll through and look at everything. So that is the basics of Power Automate and how you get your form results into a Microsoft list. But we are nowhere near done yet because we have to talk about attachments. Okay. We have to talk about notifications. We have to make this thing functional. You technically, if you wanted to, and this is how I did it my first year before Power Automate came on board using a Microsoft list fully, you can go to this add new item and you can fill it all in here and just bypass the whole Power Automate whatsoever. The problem is you're sharing your entire list. Everybody's going to see your entire list because they need to see the list to be able to add an item. So that's why we don't do it that way. Okay. So let me go back to, if we look at our note, we have done this created item. We are now going to do this. Create an action that sends an email. Okay. We need to make this flow a lot more better than what it is because by itself, it's not too functional. Yes, if you have an internal team member that needs an add-on item, yes, that would work. You're absolutely correct. Okay. So we're gonna spruce up our fair. So this is working well. The next thing we're going to do, we have this create item that worked well. And if you notice, I'm in this section right now where these little green check marks are. I cannot add anything to this because I'm in the test phase of my flow. I can either click the back arrow or I can click edit. I'm going to click edit on the top right. Now I'm back into the editing mode of my flow. So the next thing we're going to do is we're going to create an action that sends an email. So I'm going to click on next step. And then I'm going to click on Outlook because I know I'm going to use Outlook to send the email. And then you've got several options here. There's a method to Brad's madness. And the reason why I did it this way, you see you have several different options here. The one you want to select because we're in the 365 environment is this Office 365 Outlook. When you select the 365 one, you're only going to get actions that are associated with this specific action. Okay. The thing we're going to do is we have to select the action that we want. So I'm just going to scroll down a little bit, and I know from experience is this one right here. It's this one that says send an email, and in parentheses, that's version 2. Okay, so this is the one that we're currently using in our environment. There is a version 3. I don't think it's available for us yet. I saw, oh wait, that's get email, get event. On the commercial side, there's a version 3. I don't know if it's live yet. A lot of times what you'll see when you're looking at Power Automate is you will see all of these different options. That doesn't mean you use it, and it doesn't mean that it's going to work correctly for you. So that's where just a little bit of knowledge comes in. If I want to hunt for it right here, I can just start typing the word up here, send, okay, and it'll shorten my list. And I know that I want to select this one right here, send an email version 2. So I select that one, and it adds that action to flow. I'm going to go up here in here to notes. I'm going to add a note. This action sends a notification email to whomever is in the 2 block. And I'm just going to Power Automate, people. You already know. I'm going to keep this simple, right? Keep it just like that. So when you look at this action right here, you have the red asterisk that says that you have to put things into these fields, okay? So the 2 block, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to put my email in here. As you notice, as I was typing, it looks into the GFUD, into the gal, and it pulled me up so I could just click it in there. Now notice it went down, right? So I can add multiple names in here. I can add groups in here. I can add org boxes in here too. So this is a place you can add an org box, okay? But for now, I'm just going to put my name or my email in there. And then it says subject. So how I want you to think of this action is creating a Microsoft Outlook email. And when this flow runs, it's going to send the email. So the 2 block works just like the 2 block in Outlook. The subject works just like this in the body of the email. So in the subject, I'm actually going to throw some dynamic content in here. I want to know who sent it. So I'm going to go, you know what? I want the rank. So I'm going to say rank. And I'm going to grab. Now, notice, you may not have seen this before. When I stuck the word rank in there, it says I can choose rank from the create item or rank from the response details. For this particular action, it doesn't really matter. The item grabs the rank from it's entered into the SharePoint list, because remember, create item was the SharePoint action, or the get response details is the action from the form. So it doesn't really matter. I'm going to grab the form this time. So rank, and now I'm going to put a space, and then I want last name. So I'm going to put last name in there, last name. Now I'm going to put, word routing with a colon, space, and then I want the subject. And this is just what I'm doing. You can do whatever you want, right? And when I get subject, I can use either or. I can use the create item one or down here. It doesn't really matter. I'm going to use the form one for this one, subject. So how this email is going to look is it's going to grab the rank, the last name, and the subject from what that person inputted and chose when they hit submit on the Microsoft form. That's what that's doing right there. And I'm going to create a small body here. I'm going to say, Brad, you have something routing waiting for you. Okay, and what I like to do is I like to gather information in this email. So I'm going to kind of do the same. This time, I'm going to say priority. I'm going to put a colon. I'm going to put rank, colon, last, colon, first, not first, first. I want the background information. I'm going to stop right there. So then what I'm going to do is I'm going to click right next to priority, hit space on the space bar. And then in my dynamic content, I'm going to start typing the word priority. And I'm going to choose this right. Let me see, priority. I'm actually going to choose, this time I'm going to choose it from the list. So the create item, the top one, the priority. Doesn't really matter, like I said, but this is what I'm going to do. Rank, my create item, space, last, first, subject. I'm just going to do subject value, and then background. And this would be good enough right here. But the problem is is I like to make things what I call idiot proof, right? Using the KISS principle. And when I get this email notification, I know I have something pending in the list. So I could go to the list and go find it. But if I want to link to just that specific list item, what I'm going to do is type the word link, colon, and then in my dynamic content, type the word link. And you only have one option. It says link to item. So looking at this action right now, just to recap, what this action is doing is after it watches for somebody to hit submit, grabs the results, puts those results in a SharePoint list or a Microsoft list. It's then the next step it's going to do is it's going to send an email to me, and the subject line is going to be the rank, last name, the words routing with a colon because I stuck it in there, with the subject, and then all of this stuff in the body. Okay. So what it's going to do right now. So I'm going to hit save. And then while that is saving, I'm going to open up Outlook. Okay, it's it, and it didn't, like, let's set it. If not, I'll hit save again. I'm watching saving. All right, it says it's saved. I don't have any errors in my flow check. So I want to test this, okay? So I'm going to click on the word test. Now, if you notice, I have manual and I have automatic. The reason I have automatic is because this flow isn't brand new. It's actually run a handful of times since I created it. So if I go into automatic, it's going to say I can click with a recent trigger and then I can choose. I wish it gave more detail, but it doesn't. I can choose one of these to actually run. So I don't know what's in this stuff. I'm just going to click this top one and click test. So when I click test, it says your flow is running. It's running it's running a flow that it already ran. It's not a new entry in the Microsoft form. It said it all ran. Okay, I'm gonna go to my email, and then this is it right here, this top one. So this is the email that came across, right? So this one, it says, Brad, you've got something waiting for you. And you see that all of the answers from that Microsoft form came into the body of the email where I matched the dynamic content. And then I've got a hyperlink right here. So if I click this hyperlink, what it's going to do is it's going to open up just that list item and no other list items. It's not even going to take me to the list itself. And I can look at the content here, or I can go to my list and I can find the content here. Either way. Okay. So just did a proof of concept that this is working. Close this down real quick. We know that the flow is working, right? And it's good to go. This flow is okay. It is sending an email notification to me, right? Because that's who I told it to send it to. But there's some other things we need to do to make this fully functional. So I'm going to go back into edit. Something I want to show you before we move on to the next major step is I'm in the edit section of this flow. And right now I have this going to me, right? All the dynamic content is mashed right here. You can do some things like if I want to like bold this, if I run my highlighter over it, I can click bold. I could change the color of it. I could actually highlight the dynamic content, and I can bold it, highlight it. There's some different formatting things that you can do here. You can create your own hyperlink if you wanted to, if you don't have dynamic content for it. You can insert a picture. I wish you could, but you can't. But one of the things I want to show you is here, the sensitivity. So since we have sensitivity labels now, it's the same sensitivity labels that you saw when I was in my Excel document. So you could set the sensitivity label for this type of message going into your list. I never use it, but you can. But what I really want to show you is this right here, the show advanced options. So under the show advanced option setting, you can send this from a different person and or org box. You can, but this is caveat to it. The caveat is this. If you are going to use an org box, you have to have full to that org box. Because if you don't have full permissions, this flow will not work. It will break and it will stop. And instead of having all those green check marks that go all the way through, it'll stop. So what would happen is let's say we put an org box in here in the save as or from save send as, because I can't talk. and then you test your flow, but you don't have access to send from that box. When you run your flow, it'll run the first part, it'll run the second part, it'll put all the information into your Microsoft list, but it will not send an email because it don't have the permissions to send from that org box. Now, what I'm going to do is I actually use my org box so you can see how this looks. All right, so I'm going to paste the address in there. I don't know. Oh, funny thing. See how it did not find my org box address in the GFUD? That's because my cursor, there's a space between the L and the cursor. So I just got to hit backspace to tighten it up, and then it finds it. All right, so I'm going to send it from there. I also have the opportunity, if I want to, is I can BCC people and groups and org boxes, or I can blind carbon copy them just like Outlook. So you still have those options. I'm not going to teach anything about attachments here because that's way advanced. And you can put a reply to email that when they respond, they reply straight back to you. And then you could also set the importance. So I'm going to set the importance of this one to high, and then I'm going to hit save. It's here. It's saved. I'm going to test this flow. I'm going to choose this one down here, test it. So it says the flow is running. I got all 4 green check marks for my trigger and my actions. I go into my mail, and then here is the email right here. You see it marked the email high importance, right? Look where it's coming from now. It's not coming from me. It's coming from the org box is where it's coming from. All right. And then you can see some of the conditioning, like I highlighted was pits. I highlighted that. And then the link is still in here. So you do to play around with this to get the email to look exactly like you want. Some of the mistakes that I've made is I've had my background too close to my link, and it kind of smushes it all together. So I know from experience that when I'm creating my Power Automate, to come in here, go back to edit. I know to come in here and leave a little bit of space between background and link, excuse me, so that there's enough for it to fit into the email before the hyperlink is there. So this is still looking pretty good. But you know what? It's still not, this flow is not where we need it to be. We need to talk about attachments, okay? Because that's critical for this whole routing thing to work. Most people want to get away from paper. They want to send things digitally so they can be digitally signed, route it to where it goes from the member through the system back to the member. Am I right? Any thumbs up? Is that what you're here for? Maybe. All right. So we have to add the ability to add attachments. This is the part of this whole training where I need you to make sure that you are not distracted. And the reason why I say that is that we are going to be dealing with code. We're not going to write code. We're just going to copy and paste the code. And it's these things to where when you create your own system, you have to do it again once you set it up. So paying attention and doing it right the first time is super, super. To attachments flow dynamically from your form into your Microsoft list. So this is what we're going to do. If you're in the OneNote, we're at the point where it says getting attachments into your list. So if you're following along there, that's where we're at. So we're going to add an action, and we're going to add that action between the create item and the send an email. So if you take your mouse, hover it right between the create item and send an email, you notice you get this plus sign. And if you hover over it, it says insert a new step. That's what we're going to do. We're going to insert a new step, and then we're going to click add action. So I'm going to add an action. What I would like you to do is type the word control. After you type the word control, you're going to see control here in the middle. Click on control. And then the very first thing you're going to see is you're going to see this action right here. It's called condition. Select condition. When you select condition, you're going to get 3 boxes. You're going to get the actual condition box. You're going to get a yes and a no box. Okay. So the first thing that we're going to work on this box. So it's asking right here to choose a value. When you choose the value, what it's for the question where the attachment lives. So if I go back to my form and I look at this question on my form, notice how short this question is, attachments. Remember I said for the 3rd or 4th time now, keep your questions short, right? Because I need to match the uploaded files to this question so that in dynamic content, so that it goes into my Microsoft list. So because it's so short, I can go over to here and start typing the word attachment, okay? And it gives me a short list right here. And what you're gonna do is you want to get the attachment from the form, not the list. We are creating the action to move the attachments from your form into the list. So when you look at your flow, it is not there yet. So when you type in the word attachments, if you select has attachments, this is not going to work. You have to come down here to the forms one. Now, what I want you to pay attention to, and let me see if I can zoom in on the screen so everybody can see this. That was too much zoom. What I want you to look at is two icons are similar in color, but they do look different. One has an S, one has an F, and the design is slightly different. Sometimes, depending on when you're creating a flow, you really need to pay attention to what that icon looks like and what it's telling you, because you will grab the wrong one by accident, okay? We grab the form one, this F, get response details. So I'm going to click on that one, right? So it's looking at the attachments is equal to, and then the value we're going to leave completely blank. We don't put anything in the value. Next. Everybody with me so far? I think everybody's with me. All right, the next thing we're going to do is, this is where the steps kind of get a little complicated. We're not going to do anything with this yes side. We're only going to do something with this no side. So on this no side, I need to add an action. I'm going to click add action. And I'm going to go intentionally slow here so people can follow on with the notes, and you can follow on at home or at work, whatever you're doing, okay? So the next thing we got to do is we have to do what's called parsing data. So up here in the search, I'm going to type the word parse. Come on. It's being very slow. There you go. Finally. So parse, if you look at when you type parse, you only get two options here. You get this data operation up here, and then you get the action down here, this parse JSON. So I'm not going to click this data operation this time because what I want is exactly right here. All right. So you're going to click on this parse JSON. When you click on parse JSON, okay, the box that you get, this content box, you're looking for dynamic content. Well, what type of content are you looking for? You're looking for attachments. So I'm going to look for the attachments, and I'm going to make sure that I choose the Microsoft Form one. I know what some of you are probably thinking right now, like, Brad, this is starting to get complicated. Like, you're outright. Okay. You'll get emails, Master Mose, when registered, you'll get an email when the video is available. Yes, this does get complicated, and I think I watched a whole bunch of YouTube videos that told me how to do this, and out of like the YouTube videos that I watched, only one of them worked on the DoW side. All the other ones worked on the commercial side, but not the DoW side. This next step right here, we are going to paste some code, okay? And if you are in the note, okay, right next to this section right here, parse JSON, this is all the code. And all you're going to do is put your mouse in there, select Control A, maybe. I want to select everything. Okay, I got to highlight it on here. All the way down, right click and select copy. So you're copying this entire code. And for those of you who aren't in here, let me post it in the chat. And I'm also going to post it in the channel as a post. All you have to do is copy all of it, from the bracket on the very, very top all the way to the very, very, and then you're going to put your cursor inside this box that says schema and hit Control V to paste. This is the only code in the entire thing. And it's not my code, somebody else's, and it works. It has been working for 6 years. Okay. Everybody with so far? Any questions before I move on? Okay. So this no box right below this parse JSON, we're going to click on add action. In the search bar, I'm going to type in the word SharePoint. Now you can click on the word SharePoint here to shorten your list, but the action that we're looking for is right there. It's the very first action, add attachment SharePoint. So I'm going to click on add attachment. Oh, you know what? I'm sorry. I misspoke. This is not what we want. Click the three dots and delete. Click OK. I'm getting ahead of myself. We're going to click on add action. I'm going to type in SharePoint. I am going to select the SharePoint icon because we're going to have to scroll down a little bit and we're looking for, should be get file content using path. So here's, I can type get here if I want, get. I can maybe type the word file. I'm still gonna have to scroll. Okay, it's done right here. And I'm gonna leave my cursor on this for a minute so you see this. So the action that we're choosing is get file content using path. We select that, then it's kind of the same thing we've done above. We have to tell it where to look, right? So under the site address, I need to point it to my team. That's the first step. And then we're going to use the right side of the box and we're going to navigate to where the folder is stored. Now I have it in the notes, and this isn't going to work yet, because one thing that we have to do, I'm not reading my notes here. Let's go ahead and let's delete this action right here. This, all right, and then let's save. This is a very important step that I almost forgot to teach. So right now, when we've been submitting the form, we have not been adding an attachment to it. And because we haven't been adding an attachment to it, Microsoft hasn't created the file of the folder structure in SharePoint to actually store attachments yet. So in order to get Microsoft to be forced to create the location where it's going to store all the attachments, we actually have to submit this with an attachment. So you can do it if you want. I'm just going to do it real quick. All right. This is how you don't mandate any requirements right off the bat, so you don't have to fill everything in. Now I'm going to upload a file, and I am going to go to, I know in my documents, I have a test file. Documents, I'm going to select this PDF, open. It's going to upload. I'm going to click next, and then I'm selecting my routing. I'm just going to select anything. Then I'm going to hit submit. So when I hit the submit button, it's going to go ahead and add that entry into this list item. This is it right here. But when I double click into it and I scroll to the bottom, you're going to see there's no attachment in there. That's because we haven't finished the flow to move the attachment in there. Okay. So we tested that form and I added an attachment. On the back end, it created the folder structure to tell Microsoft where to put these attachments. So I'm going to go back in here for the third time. SharePoint, down to get the file content using path. I'm going to tell it to look in my team. So in my team, and then I'm going to use the right side of this box to navigate where it's going to go. So I'm going to click on the blue box, and what it does is this, now it's looking into the back end for SharePoint Business Online. The path is in the notes, but this is where you go. You go to shared documents. You got to use the blue arrow. Shared documents. This app folder right here, this is the folder that if we did this earlier, it would not show up. Microsoft does not create this apps folder until you've tested your form with an attachment. So now that we've done that, this folder is here. So I'll go apps. It creates this form right here, Microsoft Forms for Facts. Click the arrow, and then I need to choose my routing, right? My list right here. So I choose the arrow again. I'm going to choose the arrow again for attachments. And then I'm going to select this form. Okay. So we tell it where to store the attachments in Microsoft 365. It's actually storing it in the shared documents section under this file structure. There's something we're going to do to clean this up a little bit. All right. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put my cursor right behind the / in attachments. So right to the right of the /. And then what I'm going to do is come down here and type the word name. And I'm going to select the dynamic content right here under the parse JSON that says name. And when I do that, you'll notice that this whole box just changed. Okay, let me go back. I'm going to do undo up here on the top. Okay, this is how it looks before I put that name. So you've got no parse JSON, get file content using path. Let me redo that. Now it changes to an apply to each box, okay, with the body, and then here's my get file content. The reason why I did it is what this is saying is every single attachment that somebody uploads into your form, it needs to run this section of the flow. So essentially what this flow is doing is if you have 5 attachments that somebody submitted, it goes out one by one and grabs those attachments and puts a name to it and puts it in this folder so you can access it once it pushes it to your Microsoft list. Now, since this dynamic content name is here, we're going to get rid of everything behind it. So your flow, your action should look just like that with your team name in there, your file path, name, and nothing past name. That's where we're at right now. Now, I know this sounds confusing and it's a lot, but you only have to do this once. You will never do this again. For all the automation that you're going to do after this, with notifications and everything else, you will never get this deep in the weeds when it comes to making a Power Automate flow to make your routing system work. This is the only time. Okay. So we're going to click on add an action. We're going to type the word SharePoint. We're going to select this top action right here, the add attachment. So we click on add attachment, and then we're going to navigate the rest of it to tell it where to go. Me, Lieutenant Tollner, it took me 3 months of watching YouTube videos to find one of these that actually worked in the DoW side. And then when I tried it and it worked, and I've never had to change it since. So this has been working for 6 years. Okay. So under this attachment, where does it live? Well, it lives under that team. So I got to navigate to the team. What list is it? Well, it's if you have emojis, it's easy to find. This is the list name that the attachment's going into. And then we're going to match some of this dynamic. So when we click in the ID button here, if you type the word ID, it's going to shorten it a little bit. We're going to use the one that's under the create item, this ID right here. Then we're going to go into the file name box. You could type name if you want, but it's this JSON, parse JSON name. Then for file, I'm going to type the word body, and I always like to read my notes for this. The body says for file content, click the body box, and for the dynamic content, search body and select the body under the create item section. So there's 2 bodies here. Here's the create item one. Okay. We're going to stop right there and hit save. All right. So it's saved. Everything's good to go. I'm going to go ahead and test my flow. And I don't think anybody added anything since the last time. So I'm going to use this last one right here. Click test. It's going to run my flow. See, this one takes a little bit of time. It says the flow ran successfully. I got all green check marks here. If I click on this, I got a green check mark. Let me go over to my list and refresh it. I'm going to go down to the bottom because that's where it puts it. I'm going to double click into my list item. And there's my attachment. Well, it's corrupt because it's just a blank attachment. There's nothing really fancy to it. It's just a PDF. It's not a big deal. But the point is the attachments are flowing into this Microsoft list, and that's exactly what we want. Okay, so we're going to take a 10-minute pause. Let me recap for a minute. We'll take 10 minutes, and then I'm going to show you how to do the grant access for the user that submits the form so they don't have access to your entire list. Okay, so just do a short recap of where we're at. So trigger is watching the form. It grabs the response details. It creates the item in the SharePoint list. Then using this condition, right? If there is an attachment, it runs this side of the flow. It grabs the flow, grabs the attachments, and then puts it into your Microsoft list item. That's where we are at right now. And then, oh, by the way, it sends an email. So like if I go in here, here is right here. It does not put the attachment in the email. All right. But like, again, if I click on that hyperlink, it's going to take me just to that specific list item, and you will see the attachment right there. So it's 12:49. Let's come back at 1 o'clock and we'll go on the next step, which is controlling the access, granting the access for the end user who submitted the form. So they only see their action request, nothing else.
Brad, I have a question because mine didn't run properly. It said it skipped it. So I must have missed a step. So I did my condition. I have my input, or so condition show, sorry.
Are
So
you
I
on the
have,
condition right now?
oh yeah, but mine
Okay.
now just says inputs and then expression result true.
Do you have an edit button on the top right?
I have a, oh yes, so hang on. So under condition, I have attachment. So I have create item, I have condition, I have attachment. Then if no, I have the parse JSON, and then, yep, and I copied the whole thing in there.
Okay.
And then I have apply to each. And then, oops, underneath that I have body. and then get file content using Path. I have my team. I have my shared documents, apps, Microsoft Forms, Fairfax, and then my template, CATS routing system / attachment / the JSON name. So I have that. Was there anything under advanced options I was supposed to do? No, so I have that. Then I did add attachment. I have my team, and then I have my routing system. I have
Okay.
SharePoint ID, JSON name, and SharePoint body. Okay, so I do have everything. So when I hit save, and then when I do test, let me go, it's ready to go. So test, I have automatically, and then I have the bottom one selected, and then I run test.
Let me ask you this. Did you submit a new form and add an attachment?
I did earlier. So
I would
redo it
here's the
and
reason
then
why.
run the test.
So this is one of these nuances of Power Automate, right? Because you had an attachment early on before your flow was able to handle that attachment, it won't go back and see that. So when we add these steps in, that's why we have to go and add an attachment after we create the step and save it, because then it will go ahead and do that. It should work. You're asking, I'll answer that question here in a second. Tech Sergeant, I'll scroll up there so you can see it.
No, Brad's walking me through because mine didn't run properly, so I'm adding a new one. So I'm going to add this. It uploaded, and then next, supervisor, submit. I have a response. So now go back to, I'll refresh my list.
Refresh
make
your
sure
list,
I see it. Yes, I see my new one. So go back here and then edit and then test, and then automatically with a recently used trigger, do I ignore the bottom one, right?
You don't even have to go into Power Automate to click test. Because you created these actions and saved it, your flow is live. So when you just submitted that form, when you go into your list, it should be the bottom entry.
Oh,
after you refresh
yes.
the page.
Oh, and then if I open it,
then double click into it, scroll to the bottom.
It's there.
There you go.
I must have uploaded a document before I finished something. I probably didn't refresh or save.
It could have been, I forget to save all the time. And I'll go and then I'll run them. Why didn't this work? I'm like, oh, I never saved the flow. I do that all the time.
And I know someone else has a question, but you can list how you can move the fields around to make it look a certain way. Is that just done when you're in the list? You can then just go through and move.
Talking about right here?
Make it more like a form instead of just a top to bottom.
Well, you can't make it look like a form where there's entries over here to the right. It just goes in this column view. There are ways to do it on the commercial side, but our security doesn't allow us.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And then Tech Sergeant Hullet, it says under parse JSON, get file content using path. After site address, what do we put in the path? Okay. So that is right here. So this is where you have to make sure that you've submitted a form submitted a form with an attachment. So it creates that file structure on the back end. And then you're clicking the blue icon and you're selecting shared documents, apps, Microsoft Forms Fairfax, your list, attachments. The attachments is technically this dynamic content right here. So attachments, and then you'll click right behind the / and then get the JSON name and then delete everything after the JSON and then you save it. I hope you're still on and that answered your question. You can come off mic if you need to. All right. What is that question? I have a few people. Oh, you're plugged in. Excellent. I have a few people who are co-owners of a Power Automate flow. If I am the only one who has the full ownership over the org box, can I still enter the org box to send from in the alloc part, or does everyone have to be the owner? So I didn't know if I was really going to get to that today, but since you asked that question, I will tell you the short answer is yes. So that's the short answer. Let me do this. I'm just going to go back to the beginning so I can refresh a whole bunch of things. Don't mind me. So to answer your question, I don't know how to say your last name, so I'm going to say Laura. To answer your question, Laura, when you get to this home page of your actual flow, there's a couple things. One, you've already mentioned this. under the co-owner, you need to add them as co-owners, right? But this right here is the important part. It says the connected references. When you click on this, this is going to tell you whose license it's using in order to run this flow. So right now, this is running my license, right? Then it's using my license right here to actually send the email. You can also look at it within the flow itself. You can do it with the old, I know you can do it with the new one, but I hate the new one. So when you look at all these right here, if you click on the send email action and you click on the three dots, if you look towards the bottom here, it's going to say connected references, right? And your connection references here. If you look on this one here on the bottom, where the check mark, that's the person's license that the action is using to send the email. So yes, you can be the owner, you can have co-owners. You just have to make sure that whoever's license has the check mark there for that specific part of the action to run, they're the ones who have the send from permissions in Outlook. Hopefully that made sense. You're good to go, Laura. No issues. Matter of fact, when we coming back? 1 o'clock. I'm going to cover that because that's a good question.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes, go ahead. Go for it.
Thank you. Can you talk or just show us again on the very first box there for the first trigger? Where how do we copy the link again?
Sure.
Or how do we make it short? I messed up my link and now I don't know how to bring it back.
So for this actual flow, the part that you need is the identification for the form itself, right? So when I go into the editing screen of my Microsoft form, where I've got the collect responses option, when I go into the collect response option right here, you can just navigate to the right a little bit and then put your cursor right behind the equal sign where it says ID. And this is sometimes hard to play with, which is why. But you're going to grab everything past the equal mark all the way to the end of the WCU. You're going to copy all of that. Does that help?
Yes, that sounds right. Let me put that in there.
I'm just curious. Oh, go ahead. No, go ahead.
Is that the same for the second one as
Yes,
well?
ma'am.
The
Yep.
same thing in there?
They are completely identical because one's just watching the form for somebody to hit submit, and then the other one's grabbing the results from that same form.
No, I'm still getting the error. It says dynamic operation request client failure.
So you have these correct?
Yes, I went after the equal sign that you said all the way to the right.
Yeah.
That's all I copied.
So here's the frustrating thing about Power Automate. And this is for everybody because we're back. So there's two questions I want to handle since everybody's back. This question is the person who's I'm chatting with right now. They did not grab the correct ID for these first two steps. And then, ma'am, I'm going to assume that you built the rest of this after it, right?
Of course.
So here's the problem. Power Automate doesn't play nice when you like to make lots of changes in the very beginning and there's actions after it because it's reading everything off the stages above. The only way to fix this, and you're not going to like this answer, the only way to fix this is all of it, delete all of it and start all over. It has something, and I will tell you this, you're getting the short answer up front. It took me weeks to figure out why my stuff wasn't working. And if you go on Microsoft support channels, that's the answer they're going to give you for that same problem on Microsoft's website. They're going to say delete, start all over, or just delete the whole flow that you started and start from scratch.
Can she just copy these actions to the clipboard and save them there?
You can, and that's something I didn't copy it. If you click the three dots, where's it at?
Maybe not on the trigger.
I don't think you can on the trigger. So you can do the copy to clipboard and move it over, but I wouldn't do that.
Why not?
Because I have tried that before too, and even Microsoft doesn't recommend doing that because it has something to do with like
it's sticky. There's a sticky property.
Exactly. There's something stuck in that action, and when you copy it over, it goes with it.
So how about this? Just to test whether or not it's going to work and delete the form ID. How about if she stuff everything except the trigger into scope? What is it? Scope, and then save that to the clipboard.
It might.
And then just try that before she has to from scratch. See if she can save what she's got.
I'm not going to say it is going to work or not going to work. It really just depends. This is where I can't tell you how many hours, days, and weeks I've wasted because I have a very long flow and I'm chasing a ghost, right? And I recreated, everything looks the way it's supposed to be. It saves, but it won't run. But as soon as I just delete everything, recreate everything the way it was, it works. There was no change from how it looked.
So who was asking the question? Does she know how to just put things into a scope? If that's possible.
No, I have no idea. I'm gonna have to start all over. I'll go through the notes and then I'll
Well, the
go
scope
step by
is
step.
just like an action that you can pick in the list. Oh well.
I don't know what a scope is. I'm sorry. I'm very new, so
I'm trying to keep as basic as I possibly can.
I'm trying to do it all over again.
Some of the people that are in here will have lots of shortcuts and tricks, and some of them I would love to learn too, but I'm trying to keep this as basic as I possibly can. Somebody made a comment, Armando made a comment along the same lines as just re-image the PC. I've got a cyber background and an IT background, and you're absolutely correct. Sometimes it's like, you know what, just re-image it. That's the only thing that's going to make it work.
If she can save it, how about just saving it and then going out and doing a refresh or closing all of Windows and starting over again? Maybe that'll work. Sometimes that works.
You're exactly correct. It's a sometimes thing. Sometimes it doesn't. Just one of those things. Everybody is back or should be back. And now we're going to get into how to actually grant access to the list. So if you're following along at home, as they say, we just did all of this with the code and everything else, all of that stuff. And now we're at granting access to the list items where we're at right now. And I'm hoping, and I welcome feedback. I don't care if negative, I take it all. I'm hoping that the instructions in the OneNote are helping and they make sense. All right. So next thing we're gonna do is we're gonna do a grant access action right behind this condition. And I like to do it right behind the condition before the email goes out. That way, if for some reason you put the grant access after the send email and the flow stops at grant access, you're going to get a phone call. Well, I got the email with the link and I keep clicking on it and it's not opening for me. Well, it's because they don't have access yet. So if you do the grant access action first before it sends the email, it should eliminate that problem. There's always a method to the madness. All right, so we're going to do the grant access action. So we're going to, right between the condition and the send email, click the plus sign and then add an action. And then this one's relatively simple. I'm just going to type the word grant. And you're only going to get one option. It's under SharePoint and it's only one action. It's right there. So you can click on grant access to an item or folder. And then we're just going to fill out some of these boxes, right? So same concept here. The site address is going to be your team. So let me give it a second to navigate to my team here. And then you're saying, well, where does this list live? We've been going over that for the last couple of actions. So using emojis is helpful. I could find my emoji here. I'm going to select my list. And then for ID, we're going to use dynamic content. So let me scroll down and over. I'm just going to type the word ID. And then the ID that we're going to choose is the ID that's under the create item. And why are we choosing this? Because remember, create item is a SharePoint action. These are the SharePoint icons to the left-hand side. And what are we granting access to with this action? We're granting that person access to the list item itself. So that's why we're selecting this grant ID from the SharePoint list. Recipients, this is where that DoD email is super critical. So that's on my form. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to go in here, click the box, add dynamic content, and I'm going to type DoD. And you can grab it from wherever you want. I like to grab it from the form, but if you want to grab it from the list, you can. It's up to you. So I'm going to grab it from the form. And then it says roles. Under here for roles, if you click the drop down, you're only going to have a few options. It can edit or it can view. Well, I'm going to want the member to be able to edit it because if I have questions and I mentioned their name or that kind of stuff, I want to be able to get in there. You can send a message if you want. And then you've got this option down here to notify recipients. I click yes. And that's it for that action. So you'll save it. Now, this is one of those transparent things. Up until now, you see it's saving. It's taken a while to save. Up until now, when we've done these actions and we saved it and we tested it, we would see the fruit of our labor because we would get an email, you would have the link, and you would click on the link and it would take you there. Well, this is my list. I am an owner of the team. I automatically have access to my own list because when we talked about permissions earlier, I left the owners group as part of by default who can access the list. So if I test this, I'm really not going to see that the grant access works because I already have access. So when you go to test this, right, have somebody that doesn't have access to your team, more specifically, doesn't have access to your list, have them submit it. And when the flow runs, see if they're able to click the hyperlink and get into just their specific list item. But just for GUIS purposes, I will test it. Automatic flow. I'm going to use whatever this most recent one is. I have no idea what it is. Test. Hey, you see it's running. You see the condition takes a little bit to run. It tells you how long it takes to run. Oh, and I got to run. Oh, this is a really good example. So if you run your flow and you get this error right here, flow run. Now let's look at this, dissect this for a second. The trigger worked. It grabbed the responses. It created the SharePoint list. So whatever the member submitted, it's in my list. The condition ran if there's the attachments there too. However, it did not grant access because you see this red exclamation mark right here. So that stopped the flow completely. So it did not send an email either. This is why I put my grant access before this action right here. So let's look at and see why. So if you click into the box, we should be able to navigate. I think it's under the, where's it at? Oh, recipient right here. If you remember, and when I go back to edit, you'll see it. The dynamic content for recipient was DoD email. So this flow that I ran, that I just randomly chose, when somebody submitted the form, they did not input a DoD email. So that's why it failed right here. So right now, if you go back to my form, you'll see that my form does not have any mandatory fields, but you can bet before we're done today, that is all of these are going to be mandatory fields so that when the flow runs, it will not fail right here on this grant access. It will grant the member the access and it will send the email to the member. So that's actually a really good live example of you may get an error and that's what that means. Now you do have this section on the right hand side that says how to fix it. You can go to the community site. If you click on go to the community site, you have to create personal login to the Microsoft community to be able to see anything. You can't access it with your DoD email in the Microsoft community, but you can. And if you click in all these boxes, you click in the send email, it says, well, it failed. It said it tried, it skipped it, but it wasn't satisfied with the information that it needed. So it didn't run, didn't send the email. So how do we fix that? Well, how we fix that is we don't have to do anything to our flow because our flow is set up correctly, but I do need to submit a response that has a DoD email in there. So that's what I'm going to do. All right, I'm with normal. I'm going to be a GS15 today. My name is going to be my last name. I'm going to use a different emoji so I can identify it. I'll use this bumblebee here. I'm not going to fill out the rest of those, but I do need to fill this out. Otherwise, it's going to fail. I'm going to click next. I'm just going to pick MFR. I'm not going to fill in background. I'm going to upload something else. Let me go to pictures. I'm going to upload this picture of the gator. Somebody has a hot mic. All right. Then I'm going to click next. I'm going to route it. Just going to select whoever, hit submit. That flow. Since I didn't click test, I really can't see if it's running, but I can if I select the back arrow. If you come to the home page, right? 9 seconds ago. So you can see this one 4 minutes ago. That's the one that failed. I can click on it and it'll open up what I previously showed you. I just hit submit 9 seconds ago. It ran, it was successful. So let's verify that by going into my list, refreshing the page, right? Should be on the very bottom. There it is. There's the bumblebee. There's my attachment, which it won't open in the browser because it's a JPEG and our tenant doesn't like that. But I also should have an email, which I do. It's this one right here. You see it? It has the GS15 Shipkins Bumblebee, high important still. I have all this formatting in my email. I can click on the hyperlink, and if I didn't already have access to it, that grant access step would have granted me access specifically to my list item. And if your members do navigate to your list, they're not going to see everything. They're only going to see the things that they had access to. So I see a hand up. Go ahead, sir. Sergeant Hullett, you have a question? Can't hear you. Nothing. There's a question. Mine failed to load the PDF document when I clicked the attachment link. So that's going to be somewhere where it's well, it could be a couple of things. It could be the scenario we were talking about earlier. There's a couple of things. You have to make sure that you save your flow after you've added those steps to add the attachments in there. After you save the flow, then you have to submit a brand new form with an attachment. You will not be able to use, you probably won't be able to use the option to use the automatic under test, because we don't really get a lot of we don't understand what these really are, what these recent triggers are. Both done. So that mean you're good?
So, well, I saved it, saved the flow. Then I went and did a brand new request. I went and refreshed my list to make sure it was there. The email actually was sent to my coworker sitting next to me. He opened the email. He was able to go directly to the item in the list. But when he clicked on the link for the attachment, we got failed to upload PDF. And then when I go into my list and also open up the item and go down to the attachment, I got the same error message.
It all should be working. We might have to talk offline and do a one-on-one screen share for that one, because I would have to see everything on your screen so I could look at it and troubleshoot it type thing.
The process flow ran successfully. I got all green check marks, so everything, I didn't get any error messages.
Then your grant access was off of the DoD email, right?
Correct.
And he put the DoD email in there and you chose the SharePoint ID, correct?
Yes.
It should have worked. That's weird. We'll have to check it out one-on-one. So we are almost done for the day. So we're at the point to where most of your flows, sorry if it isn't, should be working exactly the way you need it to. It's dumping the information in there. It's adding the attachments in there. The problem is that maybe you got the exact same issue, but I'll figure it out. What I want to talk about now is really what you can do to really make your routing notifications work exactly the way you need to. And that goes into the last steps down here when it comes into notifications. So right now, the notification is going to whomever, right? And then maybe under your advanced options, you have it sending from your org box. So what we don't have right now is we don't have a condition that, depending on how you manipulate your Microsoft list, it sends additional notifications. So right now, this flow is fine, and we have to create a new flow. So I like to just copy what I got going on here. Copy. And if you're following along, we're going to be under the routing notifications. And we're going to go back. I'm just going to close these down because I don't need to see them anymore. Let me see here. I'm going to close that down. You can navigate all the way back to your solution, and we're going to create a brand new flow. This is where the power comes from. Does the file have a sensitivity label? That's a good catch. That might be the issue too. Good catch. These sensitivity labels are wreaking havoc across 365. Normally, I don't have a problem though with attachments, but I am curious.
I will check that when we're done here.
Yeah,
but
there's a
that could
comment
be
in
it
there.
because I've had that as well.
Could be an issue. Something to think about. All right, so we're going to create, go up here to new automation, Cloudflow, and automate it. And this time, I like to paste that in there. And I'm going to say this is routing notification for, and I'm just going to pick one for the SEL. And then the trigger this time is going to be this third one. When an item is created or modified under SharePoint, and we click create, then this one is a relatively easy flow, especially considering all the parse JSON and code and everything else we have to do, right? So we just say, what list do we need to pay attention to? And where is it at? Well, it's on the team. So it's under my team. What list do you want me to pay attention to? Well, I want you to pay attention to the list that I want you to look at, this one. And then we're going to click on new step. And then we're going to use the condition box. So if you want to type control, select control, you can, but you'll see it's right here. So condition box. And then this value right here. So for my list, I am using, here, I'm going to drag this column over here to the far left. I am, for this specific list, I am using the routing column to determine who it should go to next and where the notification should go. So I need to select the routing column. So I'm going to go back here under my dynamic content. I'm going to type in the word routing. I'm going to choose routing value is equal to SEL. I shouldn't mess this up spelling this because it's literally L. So when we're saying the routing column is equal to SEL, so it's saying when one of these items, somebody changes it to SEL, what do I want you to do? Well, this time we're going to operate off of both the yes and the no box. The first thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to do the no box because it's faster. I'm going to select add an action and I'm going to type in the word terminate and I'm going to select the terminate control down here under the actions. And then in the drop down, I'm going to select successful and that's all you need to do. If you do not put this terminate action in here under the no, your flows may fail and people may not get notifications because of how Power Automate works. That's about as much detail as I can give to you. I apologize. We're going to go into the yes section. And what is the yes section going to be? Well, we're going to add an action. So if under routing, somebody changes to the SEL, well, I want to send the SEL an email. So we're going to select this Office 365 Outlook. And guess what? We're going to scroll down to send an email version number 2, like we did previously. In the to box, I would select the SEL. This time I'm going to use my own name because it's just me. So you would select your SEL and the subject, you can make it whatever you want. I'm going to say, hey, you have something routed to you. And maybe because I like the SEL, maybe what I'll do is I'll put an emoji in the beginning and maybe I'll put this little smiley face. And then in the body, it's going to be the same thing. Hey, SEL, you have a request sitting with you. And because I'm nice, I want to give the SEL some information. So I'm going to do priority again. I'm going to do rank. I'm just going to do last name. Not my last name. And then I'm going to put what the subject is. And then maybe I'll give her the background information, add a couple spaces. And then I'm going to put a link in there so that the SEL doesn't have to go to the Microsoft list and find it. So remember, now all I'm going to do is match the dynamic content. So priority goes there, after rank, last name, subject. I'm going to select subject value this time. For background, the background info, and then for link, remember I'm going to type the word link in here. Select link, and click save. So it's saving up on the top. Now that it's saved, I'm going to click on test. And remember, this is a brand new flow. So I'm going to test it manually, click test. Now this time, so I'm going to go into my list and I'm going to select one of these. So I'm going to take this bottom one. All right. I can do it one of two ways. I can double click in it and I can go to where the routing is. And as soon as I change this to SEL, it's going to trigger. Or I can go into edit and grid view, double click in there and select the SEL. So I'm going to select the SEL, go back. Let's see, where is it? It's say, see if it works. It's thinking. I will say this action takes slightly longer for it to work. Come on. And the reason why it takes longer, it is watching the list all the time and it's looking for a change in your list. So sometimes it does take a minute for it to work. Did I do the right one? Maybe I didn't. Let me go back. Just going to select another one. This flow should be running right now, but it's not. It's stuck. Well, I'm going to refresh my page and hope for the best. It's saying that it has not ran yet. Oh, you know why? No, that's not why. It's turned on. The flow's on. Got it. I'm just going to click manual test. Let me change one of these other ones. Let me exit grid move for a second. Let me do this one. Nope. Oh, that saved. Let's see if it actually ran. I knew I couldn't get through the whole day without something not working. Every time when you're doing a demonstration, something doesn't work. See, this flow should have been triggered by now. It shouldn't take this long. I know Power Automate, the environment's operating really slow right now. Let me go back. Let's go look at it. Right? Enjoy of live demos. Okay, let's look at this flow real quick and see if we can figure out what's wrong. So it's pointing to my team, pointing to the list. That's correct. The condition. So here's the deal. I selected routing value. Let me make sure there's no space between in front of this now. I selected routing value for this. I will tell you that Power Automate is finicky, and sometimes it wants the other one. So let me do routing. We do routing right there. Let's see if that fixes it, because I think everything else should look good. Yep. It says the flow is ready. I could test it. I have to test it manually again. So let me go in here. I'm going to exit grid view. Let me this one. CL saved. Let's go back. There it goes. So it's running. It ran successfully, but it looks like it stopped. So if you look at this flow, there's something to point out too. This says it ran successfully, which it did right here. But this condition, if you look at this, it said no over here. And this yes didn't run because it said that I did not meet the condition. So if I go back and look at it, it says the condition needs to be SEL. I could have swore I changed that to SEL, which I did. So for some reason, my flow is not working.
You could always delete it all and start over.
Yep. This is so weird that it's not working. But this is what I'll tell you. I have a list that I've been using for years. It does work. And I don't know who that was that made the comment. Maybe you could back me up. There are just some times that your flow will just not work. And yes, you got to start all over and rebuild it. And hopefully it works. Because maybe me editing this condition right here and changing it isn't working for some reason. I would just have to start all over. And then I promise you, it would, well, I don't want to make a promise. It would probably work the next time that I create it. But I need to continue on so we can finish. So let's say this flow works, right? And you're like, oh, Brad, well, now I need to create this flow for everybody that is in my routing list. Well, once you get a flow to work and you don't want to create it from scratch, there's a way to do it to save you some time. So you go back to this home page right here of the flow itself, and then you're going to click on File, this Save As right here, and then just change your parameters. So let's say I want this one to be CC, and then I get rid of all the stuff in the front here, click Save, and then unfortunately, you have to refresh your page, back on your solution, navigate to your solution again. But you know what? Who said that earlier? I'm curious. See, it's not finding that team. So now I'm curious. All right, so let me X out of that. Here's my solution. Always when I'm demoing. It's supposed to show up right here. Let me refresh the page one more time. Of course, it's going to give me a hard time. Try this one more time. So it says it's creating a copy, but my flow is probably not working. And if the flow is not working, it's probably not going to create a copy for me. Yep, it's not creating a copy. But that is how you create a copy. You would go back into the copied flow. You would go back into edit, and then that's the wrong flow. What you would do is just edit who you're sending it to, what the subject line is. So I'll change this to Hey CC, Hey SEL, CC. Change whatever you need to do. Change the email address up here to who you're sending it to. Save it, test your flow, and then you would just do that for everything that you have under routing, and for all of these choices under routing. And when you get to security managers, maybe instead of a person to the toolbox, you send it to an org box. If we have 5 security managers, so we send it to a security manager org box. We don't send it to the individual members themselves so that they can handle anything that comes in there. And then the last thing that you would want to do when you're doing that, and I didn't show you guys, is there's one thing missing from this flow, and that is when it's created, you're creating the condition. You want to use the grant access. So I can, if they already don't have access to it, a lot of the people that are in our flow, they already have access to the whole SharePoint thing. So you would add a step in here with grant access to that list, same concept. Select your team, select your list, For the ID, I type ID in, and it's going to be from when the item is modified or created. The recipient, if it's a person, or maybe I can put my own information in here if I want. Roles will be, can edit, notify. You can say yes or no. You already got an email going on the bottom here. And then next time you save this, they select, this is C, they'll change this to CC. Next time they check, it's a commander in the box. It's going to go ahead, run that flow, send the commander a notification with a link to that in the SharePoint list item. You do have another option that we use. Not only do we have a send email action right here, and this will be pretty much the last step of today before we punch out here. But I also have on our flow, I have another step. Here, I'm just going to show my flow so you see it. So if you have a lot of flows in your solution, these are all my notification. You can see the naming convention I was using here. You may want to come up with that or use emojis. I should be able to narrow this search down up here. All right, so for my flow, when somebody submits the form, this is my master flow. Somebody submits the form, so it's the request form into my Microsoft list. Everything looks familiar to you guys. You've seen it. The condition is the same, exactly how we created it. The grant access is exactly the same using the DoD email. I have my own email template that I use that's quite long. But then I have this next action, post in a chat or a message. So this email right here, when somebody submits the form, it's sending the person who submitted the form, it's sending them an email notification. Well, me as the person who manages the list, I don't want to get tons and tons of email notifications. I do want the member who submitted it, but I don't want to get a ton. But what I do want is I do want some type of notification. So if you use this post message in a chat or channel, I selected the flow bot, a group chat, and I selected the group chat, and I just created this little bit of dynamic content in there. The beauty of that is you get the notification in your chat. So this is my group chat. That's the wrong one. Action items. Here it is. So this is the bot that sends it into this group chat. And so when you submit the item, instead of getting an email, I just get the little pop-up box in the bottom right of my screen. It says, hey, somebody submitted an action request, because that's what we call ours. Somebody submitted an action request. I'm like, oh, that's great. So I can either go back to my list that I'm constantly in, which is what I usually do, or I can ignore it and don't do anything with it. The downside to creating it here is you'll see I have the link in there, but the link doesn't come across to the actual list item itself. So if I wanted to, I'd have to just come up here, copy this, and then paste it into a tab, and it'll take me straight to that list item. So for some reason, the list hyperlink doesn't come through for that specific list. But all I really care about is getting that pop-up in the bottom right of my screen that lets me know that somebody submitted something for routing. And then depending on what it is, I can see who it goes to. If it's coming to me, then I'll go to it. If I see it's going to somebody else, I just ignore it and continue on with the rest of my day. Let's see. I was hoping it would come through. Anyway, so let me crunch this down. Let me pull this over right here. So this was the objective and the agenda for today. It was understanding the three applications, Microsoft Forms, List, and Power Automate, understanding how OneDrive, the add shortcut to OneDrive is key. And we saw that when we were building our different products. We created a Microsoft form. We created a Microsoft list. We used Power Automate to push those results from the Microsoft form into the Microsoft list. That just reminded me of something somebody asked a question earlier. Let me go to my list. So you have this forms option within your list, and you can create a form straight from your list, but you don't get all the customization to it. The other thing that you don't get with this that you'll see is you don't, that's brand new. Maybe you can add attachments now. Looks like you can add attachments to it. So you can send the hyperlink out from this. See, it says send a form. So you can copy the link and use it that way. So that is another way to create it. You are limited on with your customization and some of the things that you can or cannot do. So it may work for you. It may not work for you. It just depends. If it does, great. If it doesn't, that's why I taught you how to go from Microsoft Forms to a Microsoft List using Power Automate, so you can do it from scratch from the very beginning. If you have access to the OneNote itself, I did provide hyperlinks to, because a lot of questions that people ask is, well, can you put PII in it? So I put the 3 hyperlinks that the DoW has that you can put it in there. If you want to put PHI in there, if you go to one of the pages, it says PHI is not authorized. But if you're on the DHA tenant, DHA has separate ways to create teams. And 2 out of the 4 ways to create a team has extra security enabled in it that you can use PHI, so public health information, in your team to create this type of routing. That's what I did when I was on the DHA side, and we used this type of routing. So hopefully these instructions help. They're step by step. What I would ask people to do, if you could please, and we'll see if anybody did it yet, go ahead and provide some feedback in here if you'd like about whether or not this webinar helped you. We're still recording the video. It's 6 hours and 31 minutes long at the moment. So it's going to take Microsoft on the back end. It's going to take it a while for it to finish. Those of you that registered, you're supposed to get an email. Remember, I said this is the first time I'm using webinar. You're supposed to get an email that says when the video is available, and it should provide a hyperlink to it. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take that video. I'm going to edit out all the breaks and all my ums and all that kind of stuff. And then I'll throw it back in there, and I'll notify everybody that's part of this team. Excuse me. Everybody that's part of this team, I'll send a notification out just like I did for the training, and you'll be able to see the shrunk down version. That shrunk down version will probably go into Microsoft Stream. So when you click on the link, it'll go into Microsoft Stream, and you'll be able to access the video. And then I think I saw a whole bunch of thumbs ups and hearts. I think one of the things that I need to do, and this is what I'm going to do right here, print out, or actually convert a OneNote to PDF. I think everybody wanted that. When I mentioned it earlier, there's some yes pleases going on. So that's something I will do, is I will export the OneNote, and then I'll organize the pages so it makes sense, so that you have the PDF version that you can share if you don't want to access it through OneNote. But that's the course. Hopefully you enjoyed it. Go figure, something had to not work at the very, very end for the webinar. And if you do enough of demonstrations, something always doesn't work. I was actually surprised it waited until that point to break. And I'm glad it was just that small portion that broke and not somewhere else when we're building different portions of the flows. So thank you all for registering and being a part of it. If you have things that you want to share or stuff that you want to teach, please let me know. I am looking for somebody. Honestly, I'm looking for somebody that knows Power BI that can teach a course what this was from scratch on how to develop graphs and charts using Power BI with some basic data sets. I'm also looking for somebody who can teach how to use Power App from a very basic level, building a Power App from scratch, just a simple Power App, nothing crazy, nothing special. So I'm looking for somebody who can do that too, to run a webinar. So if you know anybody that has that skill set in your sections and you think they'd be really good at teaching it, then even if they're not, who cares? And they're willing to spend some time teaching the enterprise, because that's literally what this webinar is. It's for everybody across the enterprise. So we got to learn together. The Air Force isn't spending money teaching us. This is how we learn, by teaching one another. And I'm thankful that I had today off, that I can go ahead and teach all of you. I'm going to stick around. I'm actually going to let the video continue to record, so that if somebody brings something up, I can splice that and put it into the video that I edit. So if you have questions or something like that, we can go ahead. If there aren't any questions, I'm going to stop the video recording. I'm going to end the event, and I have about roughly 1 hour. I have about 1 hour before I got to go pick up my littles. So if you want to do a Teams chat with me, one-on-one, and maybe we could troubleshoot what's going on with your flows or something that isn't working, please reach out to me via Teams. Please don't send me an email. I have hundreds of emails that I still haven't gone through. Please reach out with a one-on-one chat. So thank you, everybody. I appreciate you all participating. I hope you all have a great weekend. Stay safe out there, and I will stick around in case somebody wants to ask a question. Thank you, everybody.